All right.
Welcome everyone to our annual retreat. This morning, like,
Opening for long to that pledge of allegiance after that. Great, but we can get on Friday, that we have staff and or city council member staff and here. Plus just that we'll be able to get everything and then the presenters will be able to present what they have time for us and help us have a productive meeting today. Say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Is any comments, so anyone would like to make a public comment? Man. Like to make a comment? Okay. Is there anyone else like that? No. Okay.
Then we'll move on to group two.
We get annual appointment for the meeting at so that
And then paper over there. There's
Okay, there are only 39 slides in today's presentation. That is for the whole day, not just for this presentation. And thank you, JD, for reacting appropriately to that. So we are going to start trying to do this at the beginning of the year. And we may even look at the option of just doing this online, as opposed to in council. But the nice thing about council is that there is public room to also understand. But those of you who are here, the main goal or the reason for open public meetings training is to make sure that the public's business is being transacted in public. And the person in charge of that is the presiding officer of the public body. So Mayor Ruby will be here in a minute and he'll make sure we've done it. But it is technically the mayor's job to make sure we do it, although Ryan and I help make sure that happens. The public body is here to assist in the conduct of people's business. It should be taken open, deliberately, in a place where folks can see what's going on, and see the reasons behind the decision. And in particular, when you're talking about spending dollars, that those decisions are made at the high level by the councils, with enough guidance that the department heads and those others who are, executing their purchases or the expenditures have enough clear direction to understand that. As we move into the public meeting, every meeting that the council has to be open to the public. And what it means is anytime there's a quorum of council members at the same place, with the exception of a social gathering. So occasionally the council will have like a luncheon or a barbecue. That's totally acceptable as long as you don't talk about other business. But anytime there's 3 of you in the same spot, excluding the mayor, then it's considered a public meeting. So don't talk about public business and don't gather. This includes electronic communications. So text messages and an email can technically constitute a meeting. If you're talking about city business and making decisions. It is okay for the council to send that, hey, this is what's going on in the city. But when it starts turning into a back and forth email, then in theory, you're connecting a public meeting at that point. So we try to discourage that. Obviously our work sessions are public meetings, our councils are public meetings. Several of the committees that the city has, we consider public bodies, and planning commissions a good one, but then there's others that we have that aren't public bodies, but we still do some of the public meeting requirements for them. In transparency purposes, a good example is the Citizens Budget Committee. Not officially public body, because it doesn't actually spend money or set city policy. It's a recommending body in theory to the audit committee. But we do record those meetings. There are minutes taken. And we try to make sure that people are aware of what's going on. The audit committee that group that reports to is a public body. So we notice their meetings, we take minutes, report everything, and follow all the procedures. This training I ripped, this round had a whole section on all the requirements of posting and stuff. So I don't think we need to trade them in the group. However, if you think that something's been missed or there's been an issue, please let us know so that we can try and correct it. Because fixing it is better than not fixing it. And that is. Other than, what questions do you have? And I'm not quite done yet, so no answer comes up. But any questions about public meetings? About what we need to do? Okay. This is a component of public meetings that is less talked about. And I've never trained on before, so hopefully this goes well. Disruptive behavior. So, who knows what disruptive behavior is? Excellent. Excellent. You should always define something by using the words in the. And it is, how many have seen disruptive behavior at a meeting? Okay. Scott, what was the disruptive behavior you saw?
By reading hearing, and then, in fact, calling the crowd, we have specific. Being loud and very much in the crowd, rather people's tendency to happen when conducting things. The other thing, I think this is sort of a disruptive behavior, we will put up this whole public and the planning commission began to the back and forth between planning commissioners on the stand, the public, and sort of derail items.
Yeah.
That was Wednesday. That was 2 Wednesdays.
2 Wednesdays before.
It could be disruptive in itself.
Yeah, so that shouting, that interrupting, that essentially it forces the person running the meeting to engage with the individual or group and say, hey, you are stopping this meeting from moving forward. Please speak when it's appropriate. I'm glad none of you said, does anyone have any other comments? Maybe I'll pass you. Yeah.
No, but the mayor is very disrespectful when he's presenting and he's talking and somebody council, but somebody from the audience is going at the same time, and I think that's very disrespectful.
Yeah, and yeah, JD.
I think some of the things that we consider disruptive, residents might not know is bad or disruptive. And so I think the chair of the body needs to be the person who kind of helps control the flow of things. So it has simple reminders at the beginning of the stage, just a reminder, we aren't setting back and forth conversations, and we're not accepting, please don't applause for everything said.
Yeah, and this is right on point with the goal of this training is what you're all talking about bringing up is these are the type of disruptive behaviors the city can do something about. Because it's impacting the way the meeting is flowing and it's content neutral.
I skipped ahead a little bit.
The idea is that the interaction from the dais to the audience is content neutral, which is, this is not the right time to speak. You will have your turn. Please wait. That's essentially that's the message that needs to come from the dais when there's disruptive behavior. If someone is so disruptive and continually does that, they can be removed from the meeting. And so yeah, this is kind of this rule. Public bodies can remove someone who willfully disrupts the meeting to the extent that orderly conduct is seriously compromised. So there may be some argument about maybe cheering and clapping is gonna be not necessarily, we can ask, but we probably aren't gonna kick everyone in the audience out and clapping. Because that serious compromise might not have. But if someone continually speaks over the mayor or whoever's presenting and won't let the meeting move forward, that's very problematic. And they may be asked to leave. Not again because of what they're saying, but because they're doing it wrong time. This removal, doesn't constitute closing the meeting, and I am aware of some public bodies who have done that where they've just let everyone out. We will finish our meeting without you being here. I don't think in the city we would ever do that. I would recommend we do that at the city attorney. However, we could just, and the council would have the ability to say, okay, if this isn't gonna move forward, then we will stop the meeting and come back at a future date. Unless the only thing we can't do that is if there's a public hearing that needs to be finished. But with public hearings, even the courts have said that if it's so disruptive that the court is, or the council is able to say, hey, I think we've got, I think we've heard it. You know, we've been here for 4 hours. There's not a lot of information coming out, so we're gonna end the public meeting or the public hearing. In fact, the planning commission did that 3 weeks ago. Where they said, hey, I think we got it. We, you know, you're all here. Does anyone have something to do? I mean, they kind of gave that extra chance for people to speak and kind of said, hey, I think the public hearing requirements have been satisfied. Where we run into questionable issues and concerns, you start talking First Amendment. Who knows what your First Amendment right is? Hey, guys, excellent. You are all going to be enthralled because none of you know what the First Amendment is. But the main component most people think of as First Amendment is freedom of speech. Now, that's kind of small. Who is able to violate your First Amendment rights? Government. Only group that can violate a First Amendment right is the government. Because, and this is, I mean, you've heard a little bit about you disagree? But story for another day. The question, because there's been a little bit of a nuance coming into it now with social media. Because there are some private entities that are so large in a lot of ways, the way government started utilizing them, they can teeter on this freedom of speech thing. President Trump during his first term dealt with that on Twitter, blocking individuals, but using that as an official communication platform. For the President of the United States. So, next question, who is the government? Council. And in the large majority, the group of folks in this room, however, the folks in this room who are the managing individuals of the city typically aren't running public meetings. So it's harder for us to impact speech. Although Katie is a good example with her management of the Facebook page, the city's official Facebook page, has a role in protecting freedom of speech. Yeah.
And one government violate another government. Like people in on a situation. One government outside another government.
Yes and no. So that's actually leads right into the next discussion. When does it apply? This is perfect, Scott. It feels like we planned this out. When does the First Amendment apply? It's this. I'll give you a hint. This is the attorney answer. It depends. It depends on where you're at and what's going on. The absolute right everyone has for the First Amendment is a public forum. Public forum is your street corner, your parks, your areas of public assembly that are free and open to all. Think of this as the person standing on their soapbox yelling the world is coming to an end, or talking about corruption in the government. That there is no right to stop that person from speaking. The it depends comes when you're talking about the different types of forums. So we just talked about the public forum, the traditional public forum It's where people go and can express their thoughts freely without anyone stopping them, although people don't have to stick around.
Listen,
The next one is a designated public
forum.
this happens when the council meets. When the council comes into this room and says, we're having a public meeting. We're letting you have public comments. They have now created a designated public
Forum
and then the last one is a
is
limited
public forum.
limited public forum are those places that have specifically been set up for specific types.
Speech.
The best example of this, I think, is the bulletin board at a high school allows student groups and school administrators to post information, but not just anyone anywhere can come to post. So what they've done is narrowly define the types of groups that can speak there, and sometimes what they can say about it, right? It has to be school related. But that's not a general forum where I could go and post anything I want. And so what I want to talk to you a little bit now is how the council dances this line of designated public forum and limited public forum. In our city, you could argue that the amphitheater is a limited public forum. However, the council has basically said this is the expression of arts. That's what the facility is for. And so if someone's doing something artistic, then we can't regulate what's being said. Which is totally fine, except that's what St. George got into a little trouble 4 or 5 years ago. Where there was the HBO show, what? Drag Race. Was RuPaul's Drag Race was coming, they wanted to use the city facility. The city manager said, yes, you can, because they have another events similar that have happened, so we turned into a limited public forum. The council disagreed and canceled the contract. City got sued, manager got fired. City paid HBO a lot of money, city paid city manager a lot. Because once you open that forum, you can't restrict content. That's really the big point about this is restriction of content becomes the problem. In a designated public forum like our public meetings, for our public comments, we say, come and say what you will for 3 minutes. Say whatever you want. That's essentially what we're told public. That's not a bad position. It just opens the council up for a lot of things. Some city councils have started saying in their rules, come to our public forum and say anything you want about city business. So a good example is immigration reform. It's not necessarily a North Auckland city issue. So someone came and talked about it. The chair of the meeting, if North Auckland had modified a rule, say it has to be related to city business, then the chair could say, hey, we appreciate your comments. This is not the place for national politics, this is the place for local politics. So, keep it tied to city stuff. Maybe immigration reform is a bad thing because the ICE conversation where, the city's involved. We're not involved with ICE, just in case people are worried. But some big cities are, and there's some interaction. So that may be a local issue in the market city or city that's dealing with that. The only stuff that the council actually has to do a whole public forum on, although it could be this again, it can be kind of this limited, is these are all your hearings that the city council holds. The most common public hearings that the city council holds are general plan amendments, salaries of officials of the department heads, and budgets. Those are the 3 things that come to the council most often. All the rest of these things are fairly irregular. I guess annexation is one of them. But the idea is that there are a lot of things that require public hearings, not a lot of them have about. And I'm not saying the city should do this, but these are the only times that the city council has to take public comment.
As a
choice, our council has decided to allow public comments. I recommend it as a good choice. I think that's the right decision for our city. I just want to make everyone aware that there are cities out there and public bodies who do not think public, unless there's a public hearing required, and they basically say your your opportunities to come watch what happens, you don't necessarily have the right.
Right.
And people will say it's a violation of my personal rights. 99% of the times they're wrong. 1% of the time, if something on this list is happening, they are. Yeah, absolutely.
So their comments can be restricted, even at public hearing or say, you know, their comments can be restricted at public comment or forum. And what is the role of the police officer there, or when is it disruptive?
So disruptive behavior is when they're impeding the progression of. You can restrict think of it as their physical actions are impeding the meeting moving forward as opposed to the content of what they're saying. So like if someone got up and with a sign and was walking in front of the council and kept like, that would be disruptive enough that they would likely could be read.
But nothing said from the mic is restricted in it.
Language. Well, perfectly, but it's got to out there. Yeah.
City has given public hearing amendments for right, I think we should report like 60% of stuff on that list. And so when you're holding formal public hearing versus the public meeting, it's kind of important. I think we should have this consideration of the rezone for the public hearing happens with the planning commission and the city council can technically not accept any public comments. We received a recommendation from the place we were supposed to talk to it, and the annexation is with that house. And they haven't decided by planning commission technically could have not said any comments there because the public hearing for annexations was in the city council's hands. So it can be confusing, and I think policy accepting public comments that will use is helpful to just eliminate that in public. But when it's a formal public hearing versus not, actually texting John at 7:38 at night, like, then what's our obligation to do this? Because I'm tired of setting 100-person people thinking about the same thing. Right?
And this is a really good nuance, and this is also a good example of what I want today to be about. This slide is not clear enough. There's a mistake in the slide that it says, when should the city as a whole hold a public hearing? This isn't just for council.
This is the city goal.
This is Scott's point, 60% of the items on this thing, the public hearing is the planning commission of the council. And so please use this as a good example of today, while we talk, there aren't bad ideas. We're trying to flesh a bunch of stuff out and come up with some good direction for the city. And so we want this back and forth. In fact, this conversation is kind of intended to start you talking to each other and to the person presenting. So let's keep that going all day long. Back to Christina's question. Is everything they say from the mic okay? No, it's not. Why it's so small, but anyways, so it's like
this action.
getting, hey, let's go steal all of these donuts. If they're joking, probably gonna be protected speech. If there's some serious intent, then it can be shut down. Doesn't have to be shut down. It can be shut down. True threats. So if someone is literally threatening the mayor, I'm gonna beat you up after this meeting, it's not a violation of free speech to shut it down. And a lot of times that's gonna be based on the mayor's perception, for example. Defamation. This is a weird one. As a public official, which again is most of the people in this room, defamation is really hard to prove, so it's really hard to shut down. However, if someone got up at the podium and was defaming a non-public official, then it could be shut down. And this is going to be the next slide, or the next slide we're getting to. The defamation of public officials is hard to prove, and likely you have to sit and smile through it and move on. Hold up, we're with that. Yes.
You're lying.
You're a liar. Yeah, those sort of things are kind of what you signed up for. You signed up for it. Obscenity and child pornography. This one is also a nuance. The quote is, someone's vulgarity is one man's vulgarity is another man's glory. And I think that there's some issues there, and so obscenity is going to be a very tricky line. Luckily, we haven't had a situation where that's happened. But there's some school board meetings where people will, for example, read passages from books that they're talking about whether or not they should ban. And it's a very fascinating thing, because again, one person's vulgarity is another person's lyric, or it becomes really weird. Fighting words kind of goes back into that incitement. You know, what are the, and again, it deals with, is it a true threat? Is there a real legit fear of harm? This is that. Yes.
I am.
Yeah.
You know, we in charge for 30 minutes.
So. Yeah, and it's.
Councilmember.
Okay. All right. Foundation, that Councilmember Dow had, I think. All of them, they say aye. Okay. Okay, we will see you back in a little bit. So this kind of comes to the heart of the public official things. The idea that a public official can be praised but not condemned is the essential portion of viewpoint discrimination that violates the First Amendment. Peaceful and orderly is not the same as respectful and courteous. There was nothing respectful or courteous about the public assemblies of the Revolutionary period. There was also much that was rude and personal, especially when it was directed at the king and his representatives. And so, this is actually where cities get hung up the most, is when somebody gets at the podium and starts saying, you dirtbag. We want to react. When you're up there, you want to say something, and it's hard. And you do, and then now you'll say you can say something after they've had their chance to speak. Because you're in a public forum and you have rights just like they have rights, but what can't happen is they can't be shut down, escorted down, because they're there. And it's logically, this is one of my favorite quotes out of this kind of case law, but it's asking much of city council members who have given themselves to public service to tolerate profanities and personal attacks. That's what's required by the First Amendment. And that, obviously, this is from the Supreme Court, but it's in a federal court, which is fairly controlling for the nation. It's hard. You've all dealt with it, those of you who've been in the councils. I mean, and even if you haven't been on a group, you've dealt with it in other portions of your life. And again, you, as the council member, you have this speech as well. So you can, let's say it's a public forum, you can take 3 minutes yourself. You don't usually do that, but it's hard because you want to shut it down, you want to keep the meeting nice, cordial. However, again, that kind of quote, it's peaceful and orderly. It's not the same as respectful. So peaceful and orderly meeting with them, saying profanities and calling you a dirtbag. If they do it the right way, they're allowed to. Which is 3 minutes. So it's really hard. It's not any fun. Any questions, any experiences you want to talk about? I was going to show a bunch of videos, but I'm telling you, some of those videos really border on the edge of what you really feel comfortable with it. And so I felt like it was better not to do it. There's some really fun meetings out there. My favorite one though, and I should have maybe done this one, but there was a guy who got up and said, I'd like to talk about chicken wings, boneless chicken wings. You know what the best thing is, you giggle. He said that, someone giggled and he turned around and said, this is my 3 minutes, I get to say what I want. And then the audience was very respectful. But his whole premise was, it's not a wing, it's a different part of the chicken. Why are we teaching our kids that meat doesn't have bones anywhere near it, kind of thing. So it was But anyways, it's a very interesting dynamic, because in the situation, he was specifically asking the council to pass an ordinance saying, hey, you gotta call them, you know, chicken tenders, not calling us chicken wings. And because it related to council business, he's allowed to finish his thing. But, you know, if he was talking about maritime law, nobody in the city has anything to do with maritime. So, that's the end of this portion. Any questions, thoughts, first amendments? Stop, Peter.
So, kind of my, I also want to look earlier. We're looking contextualizing, see council contextualizing on some of these personal First Amendment to say whatever they want, say online or. A little bit about the sidewalks part, so we're just kind of say we'll get together and gather around the park. Protest.
So the only rules that we would allow, we are allowed to do time, place, and manner.
Sure.
And so what that means is if it's a large enough gathering, we can require them to register with the city, but we can't tell them they can't come. So a good example is you get the Black Panther Party and the Ku Klux Klan, you both want to come to the city on different days or the same day, they're allowed. They just have to follow the procedures for a gathering over a size that, but again, those rules of government are based on how many people are coming, what's the duration, like blocking roads. But the idea that the old town squares in Europe, like, I don't think you still, well, I know you can't, because in England they're arresting people for things they're saying online and stuff, but you should be able to stand up in the town square and say whatever you want. Without fear that the police are going to come and arrest you, as long as you're doing it. So that's the traditional public approach, where the only time you get involved in regulation is just so big that it's not times groups that are bringing in that quantity of people where they're going to want to shut down streets and march and
Things like that too, so.
That's the, but I also, going back to that question, I said, who can't violate it? Technically, Peter said it correctly, public or private individuals can, because they're not restricted by the Constitution. So, yeah, the attorney questions and attorney answers are always nuanced. But private individuals can violate the First Amendment right because they have no obligation. So if you go into these, they can tell you to get out. If for whatever reason they want, no church, no service, right? And so yeah, so just, but the city's the only one who can legally get in trouble for violating first, right? So the government, that's probably the better way to say.
Just a note that I saw listed or here is that you can't hear anything. So if and you're never, it's not crap. All you hear is what you said. So I think that's important to know that
Something on the.
You know, that-
No idea, that person said.
have the
And that's actually.
problem.
Well, and that's a great point that ties back into the whole, when you're in a public meeting, we need you to come to the microphone, so the minutes accurately reflect who's speaking, what was said, so that the public knows what's going on. That's a really good one.
And if I can add, I really appreciate it. Memory serves me right, Christina has asked for names a few different times from public comments. It really helps me out when you guys do that. I'm happy to do it. Just of course, that's coming there. And especially even some staff. Make sure to bring all the podiums. Other end of the recordings. And when I'm writing my minutes, it really does make life a lot easier.
So a good example is when the mayor says, hey, do you have anything? If you say no, I think you're probably safe to say where you're at, but if you have something to, then scoot up to the microphone. So that
Everyone can hear you.
So. So where we're going now. Last year, the city kind of created what the staff is affectionately called in Port Village. There's the 4 priorities that the city council established last year. And we're gonna be talking about.
As an example, we got public safety up here. Chief did a good presentation.
And he's gonna do the next presentation. Or he's gonna actually talk, but the whole point is, how does each department support the individual four pillars. The four pillars, if you remember, are in order of priority based on what the council said. Public safety, community unity, employees, and economic growth. That was the order that was on the last year. And so, with the chief, with this presentation, he went through each one of these, for example, with public safety. He's going to measure it.
No.
Happy birthday.
But so this is actually the next phase that this individual departments are going to be going through, is talking about how their individual department relates to the individual four pillars and how they're going to measure it. So the chief, for example, went through and said, all right, you know, here's our methods, we're gonna follow his department has a very strong strategic plan. They're gonna follow it for their day-to-day activities. They're gonna do interactive law enforcement, improve training, and the specific goal here is to increase the training budget to help with training. And then in that blue box, it's a touch screen. I just sorry further, is how the chief is gonna measure it. And so these things that are being measured are kind of what we're really going to be focused on today as we go through
The individual four pillars is what, how does the council?
First off, agree with kind of the goals still, are we still good with those four pillars? And then how do you want us to be reporting back to the council and council meeting these goals? And so chief went through and said, hey, for community unity, here's the things that the public safety department will do to accomplish this. And again, I don't want to go into too much detail on the slides, just kind of want to get you a feel for what's happening in the future so that you can understand the goal today is to set very clear, high level, what does community, what does public safety, what does employee support, what does economic growth mean, so that the department heads can come back and report to you at council meeting, what's going on, and also the council has the ability to report as well. I think that in the next year, instead of doing council reports by department, we'll talk about doing council reports by pillar. The idea being that whoever's in charge of the pillar will be reaching out to the folks who they want an update from. It doesn't necessarily just have to be but you know, so this is kind of just again the concept for economic planning. Chief, usually you don't think of police and economic planning as always tying together. However, there's a lot of things. I'll just go to the measurement facts. A non-existent or reduction in crime involving new businesses or developments, and a decrease in crime involving skate park, and an increase in officers help with public safety feel of the community, which then benefits the economic development of the city. Because if it's a safe place to shop, then people will come. And then again, just the employee focus. This is a teaser for the 4 items that are coming for you in a little bit. But the idea is that each individual department has a core role in each pillars. And that's real. I mean, I don't know. Would anyone have anything on kind of what we think the direction they might be? I know Chris sent some thoughts as well for council perspectives that we want to touch on. Critical component of today is we want this to be a square table session, right? Everyone is here to talk, interact, because what we're trying to do is establish the right policy moving forward and the right way to measure it, so that we can become accountable for those policies and for our actions. Questions, comments? Yeah.
So, yeah, I think this is huge when it comes to number one, having something goals, visions, but also
When it comes to
road safety.
what is
Which one benefits?
what we're talking about. I think,
that's-
but my thought process is for this whole thing, so that's.
They understand, they don't have to, there's.
That they, okay,
I have to take this
think or
one.
anything type of thing. I mean, it's kind of two,
Celebrate the city.
You know, especially, you know, talking about what that can be done. That I think, you know, it can be pushed to other things. When it comes to different good ideas, I think that's kind of the overall scope that I want to see too, is cross collaboration, which I think cross training, we were talking about that. Anyway, so I think this stuff,
Possible.
and even more so, but.
But then, and I think that cross collaboration ability. Because the other thing that I mentioned a little earlier is I'd like this to kind of feel like a yes session. So there's not gonna be a bad idea shared today. What we'll do is take all the ideas as we're talking about how we measure these goals. After the meeting, and we'll start filtering, what is the best way to measure it? If someone says, hey, let's have this idea. Let's not say, oh, that's a terrible way. Like, even though Eric knows, if I say, hey, we should measure road quality based on potholing every 10 feet in the street, that's a 5 feet. Then, like, he's gonna know that's a terrible idea, but instead of saying, John, that's a terrible idea, he can use that idea to say, hey, I like the idea of measuring the city, however, you know, or we build it this way, you know, so let's, because if we say no, and we say that's a terrible idea, that's a bad idea, then what we do is we stifle the interactive process that is the goal. So. Other thoughts, comments, and I'm gonna turn it over to the chief, who's doing our first pillar on public safety. We are ahead of schedule. So. That's good, because none of us want to be here super. Right. We have to at least stay on that.
What do I think to get it going? Right there.
And then here. Yeah, you don't see her. This is what's gonna pop up.
Good morning, council.
Thanks.
This is pretty quick, and it's just an overview of. It's interesting because public safety is one of the pillars. So we're as the department, we're in a unique situation.
We are public safety.
It's five and everybody else, actually, that's what we're talking about today. Our vision is these four pillars, and I think we can all be one on those visions. And to Mr. Bowler's point, I think it's my goal as a department director is that we can give you all of the information
Process.
So look at one of these four pillars. So reaching the matrix for the goal of a four pillar, of one of the four pillars, then it's probably a big decision to say yes.
What that be?
And that can help us as we work together, develop our relationships together to make decisions or help you make decisions for the city when those questions and decisions. So, going on to the four pillars, public safety being one of them. Maybe easier. Can you hear me if I look at this instead of the screen? Yes, can you hear me okay? Public safety just doesn't respond to events, plans, and partners. So as a police department, as part of public safety, this was taken directly out of our strategic plan. And this is how we help public safety by being. It's gonna sound redundant, but it's because we're one of those. This is how we influence the pillar of public safety. Operational integration, community engagement, data-driven planning, and most important part, cross-departmental partnerships, which can amplify impact to ensure sustainable results. So public safety strengthens every pillar of the city, but it also strengthens itself. What I really want to talk about is how the public safety, their role interacts with our partner's role, and our partner in this particular case are all head departments within the city. believe it or not, everybody affects everybody else. Maybe you can look at it, if everybody can see it on it, I'm just gonna read everything that's on there, but I'll give you an example. The fire. So we have this one. We respond as part of our role, right? We find out what happened, we look at the crime, we determine if there was a crime. Fire department comes out, just put out a fire, we call all the other agencies. Who else was involved? Everybody was involved. Water, public works, they cleared houses, they made sure the water was working, and we got the water, there was draining.
Really?
The house, streets, tiny engineering, what do we need? We need this here, we need back there, I know that this road doesn't follow the way here, you guys stop there. All of those things came together, and that's how we work to solve that problem. That can happen and should happen with everything that comes our way in helping the council make decisions, in making sure that one of these 4 pillars are met with the decisions that we make.
That makes sense.
So just some other examples, we depend on as police department, we depend on our patrol officers to respond rapidly and community policing, problem-oriented policing. We like to train residents as well. We have citizen training, citizens academies. Then our partners' roles, some of the things that we work together with them on. In public works, we are concerned about lighting and roadway maintenance and campsite access. Water issues, they're huge. People go. Believe it or not, people don't call the city all the time first. The city administration, they call this department. Hey, there's water in the street road.
Well,
I'll say.
we give them the right person to call and we can.
Administration helps us with our budgeting for resources and community programs to support them. So, and sometimes we bring these things to you as the council. But here's the big one. How do we measure this? How do we know that we're doing what we are supposed to be doing? And this is where the reports come in. I speak with councilman member Dallas every few weeks to give him a report. Sometimes we're just handling the business and I struggle to think of things to say that might be impactful to the citizens and to the council to make sure that we're doing our job. Well, we should be giving metrics. Especially if the liaison, this liaison for whatever pillar it may be, like John's talking about, I can give him matrix on our metrics on how we're helping to support that pillar. So for example, if it is public safety, we hired a new police officer, we developed some training, we implemented that training last week, and we're at 100%. That would show the pillar public safety is being supported, we're doing everything we can to make sure that those things are being met. So for example, crime, we want to see a reduction in crime rate. That can be a reportable thing to the council when it's out of turn. Decrease in response times, an increase in resident satisfaction, that can be a survey or most of the survey. Facebook comments, monitor those things on Facebook. One of the issues on Facebook. And then of course, safer business solutions. Try to tie everything in that we can talk about in how all of our partners
report. So we can
set our entrance for anything that we want to do. And as department heads, as department members, we can work together to do that. But I think if I'm not stepping out of bounds, I think we can ask, we work together as the council. You can help us with that as well. But a person called me, this is the issue that they have. It falls right underneath one of these 4 pillars.
help me out here. And then we can get together as a staff. Help you out.
So chief, locations, you know that.
I think where I was trying to go there, we're trying to develop and move forward, and expand and go throughout the year. Is with plan, economic development plan. Something you might want to require, because of where a commercial area is, they want to have to build here because of lighting, set beds, some of these things. We would work together on planning, engineering. They could come to us as a police department and say, primary example, park. You don't want to put big cement boulders there so people drive on grass. On the side of the person.
But do they look nice? We want to try to work together on
What
that.
do you think? As a police department, you know, the appropriate distance between. And we
Together on that, saying, look, we can't fit a truck through there, so that might work. Things, just things like that, safety. This is safety, is where I was pushing on that. That was a little broad, so I appreciate you bringing that up. Is there things?
It's basically, it's a way in which through environmental processes, we can develop a plan and.
Design.
So for example,
So it's, you don't want to dark, you don't,
our parking lot. In front of us, we don't have to be lit so people feel safe, they know where to walk, they can come in. Trees will protect windows so people don't, so people have to climb through these trees to get to the window to break into. Environmental factors that affect. Those streets.
Hey, Chief.
So that stands for crime prevention environmental, sorry, design. Basically designing the, what you said, designing the site. Prevent crime. Community.
you know, you're,
on the street, there's a giant banners in front of each window.
it prevents them, but yeah, they're gonna risk.
Too bad because you gotta look out the window, that might be a false window as well. You know, they can decide anything they want, it really helps, it really does. Okay. Last slide. We're just going through partner roles, continuing some of the other things that we can do to reduce crime, improve emergency response, and increase residents' sense of safety. It just lists a few more things that public works can help with, again, water, strategic plans, rebound from critical incidents like we talked about with fire, planning and engineering, and support the input. Support it, this was great. This was a suggestion for Eric. Support the input from community on construction projects, strategic/safe commercial locations. So what he suggested there was, I think it's really important. That's why I think it's really important that we reach out to the community for suggestions on what do you think, where should we do this project if it's appropriate. Hey, I heard they're gonna build this here. Great, come in and talk to us about things like that. So city resident buy-in is really, really important. And that goes to one of the pillars. So of course, we always look at city administration for support, operational, budgetary things, policy alignment. I'll make sure we're keeping with the policy, city policy, as well as each department has some policy. And then the other project with emergency management, what I wanted to with Casey is continuity planning, resources for critical businesses, and civilians / bulk training.
Excuse me.
Casey's really good at paying attention to things that are out high. To help train citizens, CERT training, some things that can help the city in bolstering up some of the resources
that are free.
Right? So, and then the continuity planning and resources is, you know, he can look at critical things that need to be met, like the safety plan, certain things that go with new construction, and he can work with Eric and with Scott and make it all together. And they can call us or call the big one is to call it the fire fund. And say, hey, does this meet code?
And
we can move on and things like that. So I end with this. Some of the metrics on this are time to restore normal operations after a critical incident should go down. So we can talk about that better path again. Needed resources. They may go up. We can approach the council for resource allocations and things like that, and then increase business and satisfaction. And I think another one here with this is that we may see more people coming into other businesses here in Milwaukee, and of course that's the goal. So that development. And then my last thing is public safety to be the engine that advances safety, unity, economic vitality, and employee well-being by leading data, training, and cross-department partnerships. I think this is a great way to go. We've kind of thought about it and talked about it off and on when the 4 pillars came up last year. And I think we can really convince strategic plans of work in the police department. And when you kind of condense things down and always go to measurements, you can always have an answer with a question to you. You could reach out to us, ask us, how are we working on this? Yep, I'm at 5.1%. It's going down.
And then you can,
Sit your back and go, try to come down, you know, problem, everything great. Or whatever it may be. We're working hard on developing the center over in the corner, it's very important. We're working on it, and here's what we've done, A, B, and C, and here's our metric, before we go down, guess what? Or we do have a machine, it's not out.
wanted something to go down, so.
We can have those answers for you, that can be part of council meetings, be part of your reports.
Thank you.
Dial down some of the questions you might have. Go on, see the answers.
So, thanks for your time. Any questions?
Yeah. Critical incident, how would you define that?
Well, it's a little bit difficult to find internally.
Department.
Fire review.
Incident.
We can have it could be a multi-vehicle accident at the intersection here.
That can be a critical incident.
How many things it affects, how many departments it affects? If it doesn't make the news and it's only handled by the police, probably not.
Incident.
And we have the ability to prevent it out. John called me on the fire. And I'm like, what? It's just a vehicle fire. Get in my car right now. As I'm driving, it's ramping up to a critical incident. It's supposed to get so big that I can see it down here.
I'm 2600. So,
So, and then within the police department, just as curiosity, say.
that would be like a shooting, an officer involved shooting. Especially if it's on the surface injury. Any other questions?
It sounds like this is this.
Okay. Have some notes based on some things I've seen here. We know that the police ratio were about 1 officer to 1,000 residents. I want to make sure we have a very data-driven way to make sure we're on that. So census numbers come out once every 10 years. Do we have like a yearly or every other year number that keeps telling us where that's at? So I want to make sure we don't get behind.
We do, I think it's based on
Projection.
on the census, and it's population. I can't remember the site offhand right now, but I have it.
Yes. And that's what.
Just below.
Mayors,
Yeah, no,
it's all the numbers are weird.
They are, yeah, we don't want to, well.
It's the census population here versus what chiefs.
And I believe that our population is around 22,600. Right now, and so that number is just below 1,000, 1 per 1,000, per officer per 1,000 people. Based on that.
What I'm getting to is I think there needs to be like a line in sand that says each January 1st of each year or each beginning of the budget year, the exact estimated population, what is that? And are we ensuring that our police ratio is that? You know, because it seems like we're pretty close to it and we try to stay on top of it, but maybe like make sure that at one time per year, that estimated amount, we make sure that it's aligned with it.
So other than what's happening, that do that.
That is something that, yes, sir.
I think you need some other metrics in there too, particularly if you start increasing commercial development or we see an increase in crime. Here's a private balance. Yeah, density. It sounds like 93 residents. What's their police force size, chief?
I don't know, yeah, but their population every day goes up to probably 500,000.
That's my point is, you know, you probably gotta have some other metrics in there for you to watch. Because it's not just population, it can be the population. It can be commercial development. It can be.
But can we make this, I think it's what Councilman Cox.
Well, if your crime ratio will play, so it may not be. You may not even
Yeah.
It's not all. She knows a lot more about this than I do. But population is just one factor, may not be any factor. I mean,
What we can do, a good example for population estimate is the people per household number is fairly safe as a good estimate. And we don't have any water meters we have. So we can say, here's the active water meters of the number of houses we have in the city. So we estimate our population with this number. And to the mayor's point, we could say this is how much commercial square foot we have. And we could do some analysis across other cities and look at those two. Look at their crime rates and their officers per thousand or officer per thousand square feet of commercial. And to try and better understand, are we in the ballpark for a metric? And then the council can make decisions to say, let's add an officer, let's move our metric a little bit. And see how that turns into these things that the chief is gonna report on it, or to see how that happens. Because I think that measuring and then kind of testing to see how it helps is a big component to improve the public's satisfaction with our public safety pillar.
I think the point is.
But chief, if you'll recall,
Live resources.
the priorities, right? So how many,
Chief Atlas or.
because
Because it's a public, it should be a public safety issue. A lot of our ordinances.
Or-
Safety. Like. We try to say, okay, well, what's our resources?
and so it's,
Just,
it's a little bit
I guess is what I'm saying.
in there, but
That should be one threshold of population.
but
Just myself and having space to have a population, don't let.
Yep.
Residents per household would drop 2.24, 2.97.
There are-
Sales tax of 1,000. So only 400 more than it was 2027.
That doesn't make sense, but anyway.
but as you see, people come in as the daytime population may be different than from the morning, but it's just not.
In the police-
Right, it's
Go on, be a little bit more proactive to help crush things we're supposed to do.
My fear is.
Population. I don't want to set them in responsive zone. I think we should be looking into the future and say, look, we need to, do we need to know, do we need to understand?
Based on what we're seeing. And, I would say this would be a good time to talk about this. Also, but having indicative of that, our population's going down, it's not, that one doesn't have anything to do, So we'll need to be mindful, and you can come to me with anything, and I'll find the answer to make sure that we're not, miscategorizing.
Sure.
Do we really need this resource going down, times going down, so I would see
So all of those things we can kind of come together and we're kind of together, and I will give you all the information you need to make a decision as a council, because I am here in face with these decisions all the time. So
One thing I was thinking could make sense, consider the ratio of EOs to CSOs. As in, if a police officer naturally attracts to another city. And it's a natural good time, it might make sense to replace one of those with a CSO, depending on the metrics.
And maybe vice versa.
Yeah, so if in a given year, if you looked at and make adjustments, we really wanted to have more CSOs. And really the only reason we haven't approved it is because the money. And maybe there's ways that we could get an additional CSO without messing with the money too much. And then we look at it on a yearly basis and make sure it's not taking us in the wrong direction. But that would be, I think that'd be interesting, but we're kind of sick of receiving complaints of some of these things with yards and with grass being overgrown and just places that don't really reflect our bonding very well.
It's very time consuming as far as person hours out there.
Yes.
We could, you know, what.
And so that we kind of started with public safety one because it's the priority. You know, it's the one that council said this is the most important pillar. But also, public safety is a little bit nuanced because the chief is really good at finding the metric, presenting that metric. You know, I mean, that's what
police do. They measure stuff, they present, they follow up, that's what they're trained to do.
But public safety as a pillar expands even beyond. You know, we touched on how emergency management has a role and planning has a role. I mean, the people in the city who are the most likely to cause significant harm to residents are two people. First year officers, first year water operators. Because those are the two people that have the least amount of training for their job. I understand officers are very well trained, post training, but they need experience to understand. Like our water operators, and a good majority of them, this is their first real job. They've done other stuff, they've kind of grown into this position that they hire and try them. And so I would like to be interested in knowing what other people feel like are metrics that those departments that aren't used to reporting like police do. What are some metrics you want from other departments on safety? And for me, a good example is the council already gets the water quality report once a year. But weekly testing monthly. So we could report monthly testings. You know, so you could see, hey, our nickel and cadmium levels are well within the bounds of what we expected to see. There's no concern, they're flat. What other stuff? I mean, and not just water, but other departments.
Maybe, workplace safety, like,
Maybe you could,
cities.
something like that.
Yeah, the word was, so that's a great. Wow.
Things that I forgot to bring up, John.
Program. Road stuff, engineering, you could say, is that right?
Yeah, it is.
How do we write that accidents?
People falling off the curb.
Things in design and engineering. We do have control. Control over it's all safety, so. Commissioner Ball's going is, we're hoping that all the department heads and all of the council members can open their minds with all the things that just aren't fire, that falls and other safety.
But it's my does a lot of metrics and some of them are garbage.
Sure.
So I don't want to create a
System that. Most garbage.
like knowns are gonna use.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
And I think
We don't wanna have metrics, because then that's worthless. So if there's a metric that defines the follow-up action, that, yeah, let's do that.
you know, reportable
You know, you see a prize in that, yeah, maybe. That's
finger in the trash compactor.
stupid stuff like that, but that could be, because a lot of the stuff that Allison is.
Root
Analysis.
You know,
Something happened.
there's usually, you go to the 5 whys it cost anyway.
So I think that, but metrics part of that needs to ensure that not just.
Just making something.
Mhm.
I don't.
But as you said, probably be driven the matrix for metrics. It's probably be driven by that. If you call it, hey, what's going on here, that's.
Okay.
Counting focus on whatever it's being do, and then say, well, you're wrong, or you're right, we're gonna fix it, or here's the true metric. It's not changing, here's the explanation.
And I think other safety things.
Related to,
Restaurants, that.
you know, at school crossings, I think that was kind of one of the big ones that we were hearing early on, not early on, but over the past few years. I think but at the same time, you know, the less or more, I think that would be a pretty crucial thing when it comes to safety. And you hear a lot of people saying kids are just walking around the road, they're not, they don't have enough crosswalks. That's another attention type thing, but at the same time, where, you know, I think that's the thing that if, I don't know how to do that, but enter this. Put tags on kids or something, you know, but to find out
where all that is going so that we can address that. That's putting sidewalks forever.
no, I think obviously 1700 and 1900, and some of the other ones that are still country roads need to be addressed, but where?
I think that's a good point,
Widening priorities with resources. Which is physical balance. Because your resources are so much limited. I've always asked why you patent that. What is its purpose? Does it ought to be full of my mind? Make sure not to be backwards.
but to the
Define that so people know that it.
key performance indicator.
Everybody knows what that is?
You can measure for something else. It doesn't mean. We have that, but what does this KPI?
Ultimately, you can, you know, you can get in the weeds really quickly with some of these things. But, you know, public safety, and I think we all agree that keeping kids safe is a big deal to this council. And I always like to talk to citizens, how many tickets did you get today? Well, because if we see,
Going up, then we have to have more education for it, right?
because it's,
Stage of we're increase. Violence in schools.
that may be a good KPI.
Because that's part of the council.
You know, you have,
Those priorities.
and
The allocated resources. Maybe it's 100,000 we have for repairs. Maybe that's filled out so fine.
to new stuff in critical areas.
Well, these are really good, because this is like, again, this is the thing, like measuring, I know chief gives a report on tickets and things, like we understand, but if we get a specific on non-school zone speeding, or we start looking at work, posting crosswalk safety issues, let's see if we can find something we can measure. And then let's determine if it's a valuable measurement. And whittle, so I'm thinking today, if we can create a large list, then we whittle down for a future small list, then we will find really good ways that we can measure and look for those things that as they start to, like the mayor's point, school speed. It's not just we need more enforcement. We need more information. And yes, Scott, what's a good?
That road, why, suicide evils, and things keep down to me, so are there designs that go into the planning engineer from roads to physically slow the road, you know? And through the roadway.
And depending on the citation, that's why we're actually between engineering, enforcement, education. So it's either to educate their own, just to enforce, because their numbers being efficient. They know what to do. It's not doing. So the cities, depending on what they're written for. That's how we look at it. That's actually the biggest, Scott, is to see how these pillars.
Together.
Person of the department actually work there.
Border pillar, so, it's, really, and this is.
We change our staff each month. There may be something, we take a slide out, it's the keeping our comparative. This might be a problem, guess what, this is. That out.
We
And that's what we can do as a group, as
The council on this.
City staff, is fluid, that's fluid. And let's say you, let's have that unfortunately me, what was it like? 7 years ago, like, it was hit by a car, goes. Boom, it's gonna be a hot button, that's gonna be new metric that we're gonna look for, we're gonna be paying attention to those things. And you'll see people start to do road, safety improves, tickets go down, kids don't get hurt. And
people become complacent and we go right back to it, and it's just a wave it just keeps going like this, and at least.
Police side of things. But I think it's a city, we're a fluid city, people grow, they get older, they move in, they move out, they pass away, they have births, all those things. Very big businesses, wherever it might be, we can all work together.
Chief, I think when you interviewed, you know, in the city that showed how ridiculous it was back. And you were. How long have you been in public safety? How much longer you got?
30.
Here's my question. Council might not be asking, what do they want the police enforcement to look like in 5 years? Because it's come in and make some significant improvements. And he would. It's never gonna plateau, the next guy's gonna take it to the next level, right? But one of the challenges I gave Chief when he's hired is make sure we have option for like 4 years. He's done. Because we don't. Plans are. And his plans are not. So they're like, and not day to day. What resources would you need to have police force look like what you want to look like?
And that's population. Seriously, we want to be ready for that.
Things good, I'm gonna be, yeah, we're
There's so many people coming, we're gonna need
to arrange that, but, I think
it's important because we have to be ready to respond. We have to have
people.
and, you know, hence. The thing is, crime rate is down, we're doing more with less, so feel confident in that, you know, we have a great population, we don't have a lot of violent crime, and our crime rate per 1,000 has continued to go down.
Years.
And yes, you never know when that's going to change. You know, society will work that flux.
The country, right?
It could start to tick back, and those are things we're having. Why did it tick back? We're not doing enough. Is the population changing? What are the things we need to find those things out? And then we need
You're prepared to handle it, so.
we're doing that here. We've got our 2 lieutenants are working hard on, and all of our sergeants and officers are on board with our strategic
Plan, and
they're in the system with us, and they're on board.
support it, and I think we're seeing some dividends from that, so. Any other questions? Just go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know Eric had his finger up for a second.
Oh, yeah, it is okay, so, you know, I don't know, about this, but honestly, I like listening, especially with, we talked about our digital, right? Because the public, they know. On out there. Right, and you can, all the time, every day, all day. And so I really like that feedback, what measure, like, I like, right, certification, that process. Schools and all that, area really bad, right, so that technology, different software and using that helps. You know, project. Things to be measured. So that's one thing I like. Feedback.
Did we just talk metrics, or can I flip to something just slightly different, but on the same time?
This is an open forum.
So one of the things we were talking about.
And Jake get on it was on non.
It's part of like safety to a certain extent.
And I think that's the
One of the things with yards.
there's other things I've noticed just that's been annoying, but can we pepper off or segregate some of those to non-CSOs, meaning either, I know, because we were talking about that.
And or just citizens that time.
That are like,
It's an easy thing to do, but.
there's pumpkin business signs that are still out, and like, dude, you know. And, you know, my thought was, some of my thoughts, some of my wife's thought, is that, yeah, we talked about, is the fact that Why can't you just call those people, because it has a phone number on it, hey, you have 1 week to get your signs out of the place that you're not supposed to have per code, yada, yada. Or they're gonna be gone, you know, and I think.
You said like having citizens do that,
I mean,
volunteers or?
volunteers, I know, right now, there's a lot of stupid things on telephone poles, you're like, why is that there, you know, around the city, and it's like, doesn't need to be. Ask about those off, it just,
But I know staff, city staff.
plenty busy, you know, so I don't know.
That's a way to do that, just because there's people that are just like, I got time on day.
I would probably say fair 100, you know, in the city that would do that without even a blink of the eye, but. Or, you know, what, you know, if the chief anoints somebody, you know, how does that?
I'm coming over right now.
That's a good point, but is the strategy this? Because I've been concerned about it. They drive through different cities, and I don't care what their city was like. The strategy to keep North Ogden a beautiful place. And that by enforcement of some of the rules, because you know, you drop through traffic cities and you got cars parked on the front yard, you got, it's a disaster, right? So it's the strategy. Keep North Ogden beautiful. If you can do some things, the CSOs, but you know, we talked about acknowledging like who has the best decorated Christmas house. There's your excluded. With your 100,000 lights. You know, recognizing the best yard, not the yard or something like that, but. I have concerns about degradation of what cities look like, and things like this is mentioned. You know, stuff that are up and faded, and up there, like long. Not fine, because it doesn't take a long to, drive cities that we're connected to. And ask yourself the question. So for me, the strategy would be if you want. Keeping North beautiful, and here's the things that do that. Here's. You know, the number of reports we're getting, Eric's thing about complaints about yards, junk, things like that, or, and then. But I can start seeing some of this stuff like Chris mentioned. So, you want your city to look like some of the attached cities.
And there may be some metrics, and, sorry, what you're saying, basically creating a partners, why don't we work with the schools to better understand that their experience, that also relates to what's going on.
And Christina would like this, for instance, to me, say, people having vibrant, healthy citizens. You know, we talk about applying for the healthy city. You know, where you certain activities, trails, and things like that. Those are the things you kind of do this community. Those type of things.
You're skipping ahead.
Oh.
No, that's okay.
Yes.
Be moving.
Do we, are there other metrics we want to explore that we haven't touched on? And understand that this isn't the end of the conversation, like, if you haven't thought of like, hey, why don't we try and measure this? Because what we want to do is come up with some way that we provide information in the council so that you have information, we can make decisions at policy level so that we can implement effective things. And I know I mentioned like water quality report. Our water quality report has been stellar or but that doesn't mean that we don't have little spikes on things that are within tolerances, but still it's a spike on something and it might come up and level out. And so that might be something I might start with the council say, hey, well, 2 had a spike in nickel. We're gonna watch it. And it's gonna be something the council is in big discussion on, but an email just so you know. We're watching it, we're maintaining a good water system. Just trying to think of other departments that maybe we lose information from, like, would it be helpful to get something from the fire department? Hey, is there an increase in vehicle fires or fireworks or?
What's today?
Number of hours, well,
Yeah.
Look, but I mean, as things are getting out, is there a metric for added roads, you know, like, hey, now I don't 52. You know, 2 years ago, they only had, you know, over. But yeah, they got, to me, that the road details as they sign more off, that means that we're around that one path, or we're getting around that.
60 more roads or 60 more miles of roads that we have, whatever it is. And I think that.
Yeah. Also goes into budget cycle too, say, hey, you're gonna need
More money. How do we plan?
so John, confused. Because, and Jake, you probably think that
I'm confused.
well, I have to keep the little bit. Used to be help me understand. It would seem like strategies have to be agreed on by the council first before it's given metrics. And then the mix on the public some up. So you top down, bottom up, because they know what it's gonna take to meet those strategies. But I'm not sure how you can define those KPIs or those metrics. Until the council agrees on what the strategy, the overall strategy is. So am I, you've done that?
So maybe, it sounds like maybe, I guess I thought the council picked the strategy of public safety. Or you're saying you want more nuanced strategy in there.
I'm just not sure. That's one of them, public safety strategy, but what does that mean? I mean, we talk about some of the things, but is the council all in line with what that means?
It's a good question.
So we can, this decision. Okay, here's the 4 pillars, right? And then each pillar has, and I think Mr. Cox is gonna get there eventually as we move through the year. We talked a little bit about this the other day, is you'll have the 4 pillars, and then you have a method of meeting that, you pick that pillar, you go, okay. Yep. How you measure, and then you and how it's in, and you pick.
For that year, and then you track that. And
So,
Sure, you can pick like,
So go back and just slide 7. Because, like, Chief kind of outlines, here's our goals, here's our goals.
so, and I took this out of our strategic, and it was a little bit more broad than anything wrong, if you remember when I had that on the presentation. Because I broke all that down, the method of how we're gonna do it. And our end state, what's the end result? Where does want to be? And so this, this is where we, at the end of the day, this isn't any of those actions or anything, but we want to do, we want a reduction in crime. At the end of the day, that's what we want to do. At the end of the day, we want a reduction in accidents. And we know how to get there, which is oftentimes dangerous and tickets. So I want to see those upside down view, right side of view, feet, right? That's a way to measure it. Just one of the ways. The accidents are going down. But what if they're going up? The accidents are going up. Now we're doing, those kind of things. So I can, as we discuss it in the future, I mean, my door is always open.
You can always come talk to me, but I can say.
Just an outline, or we haven't, some. Just strategic plans, you can get your mind, wrap your mind around how that works. And each time you look at a problem, you can take that same model and go. Down, and as a council, as a suggestion to the council, you can sit down and go, okay, how are we gonna measure this? And what is it that we want? So before we even measure, well, what's our end result, what's our end state?
What do we want? We want.
It's too easy to say, well, we want everybody to be safe. What does that mean? What does that mean? You need to define the goal. And so you want people to feel safe, which is part of our perception of crime is part of our vision, right? We want a reduction in the perception of crime. What does that mean? We want people to feel safe. How do we get it? You can do it, stand on street, walking around other than driving. It's just
Easy, right?
and we measure it by survey. That's kind of what the song. We want a reduction in crime. What does that mean? Well, that's part one crimes. Part one crimes per 1,000 people in the city, right?
Right.
And I think right now it's about 5.13. 5 years ago, it was 10. I
So-
remember, we get data from NIDRS, and we measure that, and we make sure that we do the math right, and we know that we have X amount of these part, which is the most important crimes that people deal with, violating. Murder, those types of things. So we get those in measure, and then we can turn and say, okay, so this screen, our crime is what? What does that mean? Council, wherever you want, in the public square.
But I guess the point is.
Too many people to go push that on these things.
Yes, but do you want that? If there are numbers and thinking.
In that year,
I think that to me, then.
Absolutely, I want to go down at least by X, and I think it was, but you get the original strategic plan, was a reduction of 5% in 10 years. We did it, we didn't do it, the citizens did it, but we got like, right? But work not, work goes up, ask for it to go down.
figure out you next time.
And I think you have to pick a number.
We should just get.
Right. I'm gonna bet you, okay, this is way different, this is a general thing, and I think you can use that with every single pillar. And the decisions, so your decisions on council can be based on those pillars, and then you have your strategic, your small little strategic plan in your head, or your heads, that you can work down and go down, and you come to me or to Scott or to Aaron, and you go. Yes, and I wanna know what's a number that we could reach? Show me that the city's doing what it's supposed to do for one of the four buildings.
If that makes sense.
Let me see if I, because I potentially go back to this slide, I think, Mayor, what you're after is these things in the bottom that say metric. Like our goal or our stated goal is a decrease in crime rate. Or crime rate, a decrease in response time, an increase of resident satisfaction, and an increase in business, same for business location. Is that the kind of stuff you're saying? It was kind of policy, that's the goal, that's the.
I'm just saying, starting point, it seems that, this is my observation. That the definition of certain things on the council vary by. Council. For instance, the initial thing is, right, and you, like, good water public safety, right? A lot of things. So, I don't know what the definition is, then it seems like it's deeper here. But what I observed is, there's kind of a difference in what it means to start with. And that's gotta be confusing to the definition of patient versus another.
Well, I think that depends on. It was already been said, the feedback.
Exceptional safety, residents, the council members, and different feedback, residents, and.
If there's.
Perceive what they are saying versus something.
Right.
I think the word really motivated for that perception.
Because the council member have to be have a discussion with that resident. Because what happens is, and this is not unique to our city, the decisions are made on 3 or 4 local calls. And if the definition of public safety is, I appreciate your call. Yeah, I appreciate your call, but let me help you understand what our goal is, because that is the very problem. City space is what happens 1% of people trying to. And that's the problem, because you get the calls, it's really hard to have to say, no. Here, or you get a methodology of the exact. It's happening because otherwise you're going to chase the cats.
I'm just curious, how the metrics is a way for disabilities compared to other things. We don't know if there's been some talk, for example, of the development growth and such. Currently, what happens to our safety, like the world, goes there, for example.
So
I'm assuming what are the standards of fire.
the street over, we have to say,
From one street to the next, or maybe it's the same. Okay, but one street to the next, but about good policing with it, or boundary, maybe 3 kilometers later, I don't know. What those metrics are, but for some reason, you have to work on the public safety, because it's priority.
we'll have this perception of safety, and that's why they choose North Ogden, right? And so, you know,
In our city, we need to feel like that perception of safety. And I'm not saying that we need to listen to the resident on spit on. Be accurate, but I guess they're the same things.
you know,
How can we bring the governance through? Or how can we, in 5 years, when our population is fully effective? How can we maintain the same standard?
that's, you know,
And we've so far, like that's it, right?
But I think the key thing is in figuring out what. You have to have a metric.
Right.
So you have to have a number. And you can't, and I think that the mayor's point, we can't just say, is it safer now than it was before? Well, how the heck do you know that?
So,
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, is that how we can plan for the future.
and I think that the key thing is the chief needs to say what he sees. We don't need to ask for more. I think that's what he thinks.
What does it look like in 5 years, but
Here's an example. This is an example.
if I get that, we got to look at that.
The goal of the council is to make sure we get our moderate income housing plan approved every year, right? Because there's consequences if we don't, that true stuff. So to get that approved, you may say to the council, hey, look, we don't have a middle income housing situation here, this process to like with this plan through, because Scott works really hard on it. And the state's getting more big things. Right, so if Scott comes to you and says, look, this is a real political issue, but we need to, you need to strongly consider approving this type of housing. And I'm not people show this room, because I don't want my neighbor. Scott, because that's our strategy, is to get that approved. Scott says, we've got to have things like this.
In the deal.
Then when 150 people show up, they don't want to find it, but put it out for Christina's. That's. You know, because the general plan identifies most likely where those things are gonna happen. And, you know, I tried responding to a resident, and say, look, if we don't strongly consider this, where's the place, I can understand. And the rest to say, look, it's enough. How was it gonna be? 5-story apartment buildings, is how it looks like to be. It's easily do that. So the strategy is, I'm just giving an example.
Word. But
When you do it, that's your strategy, you got it approved, you got the experts saying that. We approve things like this.
but you have
50 people push it, what do you do?
your strategy
To get that approved. Because the ramification,
because
it may affect those 150 people.
but the
Ramifications, if you don't get it approved, will affect that.
and public safety is, the type of housing that we put in.
No, that was-
Make our standard.
Yeah, this is really not. Yeah, but I would argue that the lack of housing does happen. Yeah.
You're gonna have.
Right?
This is the initial build up, this is an example. We estimated what 40,000 pounds.
well,
Whoever gets his way, you have to have higher density, it may be 55,000, 50,000.
and then you
Pressure on the infrastructure, you have pressure on the police department.
Yeah.
Every time I've gone on rifle, police department, and I say, they need to wear a. That is useless. So.
High density, that doesn't mean that.
Just keeps it back, and. But to me, I just give you that example because those are the type of tough things.
That you have to deal with, because
You got that pressure, right, between 150 people right in your face. Then you've got strategy.
but the
On
jump,
the point then, the decision's based upon the strategy, right, not the pushing out.
I can agree with both sides, but it is related, but the public perception is. Well, I agree, but the question I would have for the chief on metric. The way you work together is, I'm interested in the number of police calls per customer. And that might be that we have. 20 doors on the acre, those on 20 doors on 5 acres, and 20 doors on 6.
So
Those areas generating the same number of police calls, it's just a perception of more higher density area. Or is it really that these higher density areas are generating double the call? So that would be the public perception is higher density. When it might just be density of people in one area, or the same number of calls that we perceive it as more because there's one officer went down the street, he sees 3 officers come through the narrow street because front doors could come to the public, so.
And with that, we can get those numbers, we can get very, and you know, we may see like an expansion of what's that area, there may be a store that's close by. Calls there, I think.
indicators and things, but it's really not the neighborhood, it's. And just to
Perspective or perception, I'll say a real quick story.
sit down.
Yeah, we're pushing our time, not that this is the end all of the conversation, the idea is we get to lunch. And then we will keep talking, we can circle back on things, but we want to try and stick to our schedule, so make sure we test it.
So perception, 2005, I'm working for Rocket TD, and I'm in a patrol car. It's the old guitar, that looked like an American flag guitar outside. It's parked in front of my house. We just went in.
We
There are 2 volatile black rooms and we go to church, we go to work, go to church, go to work.
and it goes back that something must be going on at this house because the police are there every day. And that goes back. That's sometimes what we see.
With these things, right? Oh no, we can't have this, 4-story apartment complex because all the bad people are gonna pay. Or we can't have Monroe go through because all the bad people are gonna drive up, right? Because everybody lives in the better city. Ogden thinks they're better than North Ogden. Pleasantview thinks they're better than North Ogden. Right? But, that's the perception, when the reality is some of the houses that are probably be built on that street are gonna be worth more than the house. We're thinking about the riffraff coming up. Who knows? It's possible, so we'll know the dimensions, and I promise the council and the people in North Ogden that I'll get all of the information that I can possibly get to make sure that you have good information.
For making
And I can start keeping metrics on what kids that I know in this neighborhood that are coming up.
Yeah, but there you go, how do you know, right? So we have to survey. And we all come from different walks of life, we all have perceptions of things, right? Influences that in our environments that brought us up, like it might be. Not all influences in a lot of times in council meetings, phone calls to all of y'all that you get, it's emotionally driven. So it's our job as staff, and I can suggest yours as a council to take that emotion and level it out and look at the problem that they have automatically, how it is passion. And then you can come back and explain it to them calmly, maybe with
They'll be better, right? Because it's not what they think it is.
or it is. Solve that. But it's not emotionally driven. It's pragmatically looked at, it's passion. So.
I have one. Conversation. I just wanted to do another plug, I'm going to be talking about it, because it's numbers we have, I think, is First Met phone lines. So let's keep talking about that, because when the fire happened, we couldn't communicate, and even though I don't think I'm important as a city council person, I still think it's important because rather than calling, texting, and trying to figure out what was going on. And my perspective of the city council's role in that situation is to squash rumors, you know, because, oh, there's a house on fire, there's all this stuff going on. And so just another plug on that, let's figure out first step.
So, you and I are definitely on the same page, and Lieutenant Long and I were down at the INA conference down in St. George. And, we talked to them for a second, and so he's gonna come talk to us and give us some more information. At least
On the forum side, and we can share it with you, and we're
we're still in conversation with them from.
please, I think, so.
So it is, letter to all cell phone services, but they built a tower.
Just FYI, like page 46 does.
They, areas were pulled out. If you go from multifamily from 5 to 20, anyway, %. So it's already in there, yeah. But
Maybe there's a way on the trying to reach out to cell providers. Maybe there's a way to try to provide incentives to them, you know, that they're like, okay, they'll offer us a location for less lease revenue because of the public safety thing, you know, that's for a big lot.
so
Perfect.
I know Dave is anxious, Dave and Ryan to get to their presentation, so. So. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor, council, staff, moving into the community pillar, this section focuses on how we strengthen and connection.
Or strengthen connection and belonging and engagement in our city. These goals were built to be simple, measurable, and realistic, and they support every other's strategic plan. It's not just infrastructure, it's connection and belonging. Everything we're about to share centers around that.
Yeah, just something we just spoke on. This presentation is going to show some goals that we have or that we are suggesting.
from a staff perspective,
That we can use on this community pillar. And then some metrics that we can
use to try to grow that. So that's
This is what you guys have just been talking about, right? We feel like we can take that, we're gonna give you suggestions on some goals that you want to use, and then some suggestions. Metric, right? The metrics that are not going to use it at what point, like.
Know that we need to switch things, so do different things, right, like,
Suggestions on how to.
and do some of these things, so.
It didn't do the whole thing, so.
The first goal focus on strengthening engagement and building civic practice.
Am I on the right one? Yes, okay.
Let's plan quarterly community service events, small consistent touch points to give residents predictable opportunities to connect, like expanding new council involvement and create volunteer opportunities across departments. We can incentivize volunteers, and they volunteer so many hours. We have incentives. Last Tuesday at our city council meeting,
We came up with a great way of how
they earn their participation.
in one of their meetings, we could do something like that.
Volunteers that can
And volunteer for our city and have incentive for, you know, however much they volunteer for.
we could use pre and post event surveys, AI to measure engagement instead of guessing. Going into the charity days season, we could do a pre-charity days season survey
do citizens want? I know, last time in the vendor market, I got tons of comments asking the bounce houses. Where we should be doing for events to see what the residents want, what they want to see in the city. And then afterwards, I'll make a standard operating procedure, but we'll always do a post survey and we'll see what the thoughts are. Gather the opinions from the residents and the participants.
Like Brian said, you know, use the software to have.
Don't go out and try to get something more and new and all these things and play that right. That we can take like
Safe.
this is what
For charity days, how can we grow that? You know, did the week long charity days didn't work? Like, let's go back, let's go look at the last 2 years.
the week long charity
What kind of participation rate?
we get every day because we can use software to do that kind of stuff.
It'll tell you how many people, you know, we're at the park.
How many people came to each event.
And build on that every year.
Use
To help us decide if we are going to grow an event. Like, you know, Brian mentioned, you know, take the new out, it's like, hey, that's proven every single year. Well, hey, let's use the data to actually prove that.
you know, if,
Is there AI actually?
you know, that are every year that we're actually doing this.
And, you know, do we need to shift away from one of the other?
You know, because we're getting to participate.
We need to pivot and figure out a way to actually get that involved.
Going better. So
What are some of the things that are, you know, we really disappointing to use?
the softwares and the technologies that we have, you know, Ryan mentioned it as well as like, we don't have to go. Council already, you know, they volunteers,
So it's like.
you know,
Same thing.
we
All our volunteers the same way.
and so, that's kind of where we're at with that one.
Right, and engagement trend. Budgets. Staff organizing the other pillars quite well.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving to mass communication, transparency, and trust. This goal supports transparency, clarity, and the confidence in city operations. First, our suggestion is to create a simple community dashboard, which can show the progress of major like the capital projects, things like Barker Tunnel, the roads, stormwater, events, and easy to read and graph. So our vision is have like a transparency page, but if we had a community dashboard, we could tie in volunteers, we could have volunteer participation funds, we could have, you know, the major project graphs, we could see it a bird's eye view. We could even have budget graphs, so we can see where we are in our yearly budgets. Something that will make the residents want to page, something that will let them find the answers and a couple of minutes. I think that would really help. We could also start hosting quarterly community conversations, like Chief mentioned, like coffee with a so public works class on Zoe, Kelsey to help with this recent what you're seeing with the annexation. We could just have city 101 workshops. What are the themes this year that are getting our residents a little bit ruffled? That we can have a class on it, have open dialogue and have discussion with them in education. We could share outcomes and progress through the newsletters and again with the online dashboard and updates. And that way we can keep our communication consistent with the residents.
Yeah, and Ryan's right, that
We really think it's going to be something that it might take a little work right at first to gather all that information.
put it on the dashboard, but we
We
really,
feel that it's going to be something that will be easy to keep up on if we keep up on it, right?
and we do those things and make sure that we're updating those charts. Because
We can bring in,
you know,
capital projects, it has its own page, but you know, let's simplify them, they can actually show that like this is where we are at.
you know,
With what's called 1,700 for perfect example, it lasted so long, it would be great for people to see.
hey, you know, we're meeting our budget,
And they can feel good that.
you know, we have and those kind of things. I really like the idea of the one-on-one classes. Like, I think there's a lot of good things. We just, we talked about earlier in the last presentation about sampling and like water quality and those kind of things.
I think most people have no idea. In fact, we get a million calls.
And this is a perfect example of that, right? That we get a million calls.
Like,
We know, what do you support? What are
things like that. And a lot of times just getting people in there, actually educating people, it gets rid of all of that
information, and that's we talked about, doing some of these little workshops, is that we can get rid of a lot of the misinformation that sometimes is out on the internet, or assumptions on what we're doing or how we're doing things. And so that's there.
Okay,
Number three, welcoming
the public spaces.
public spaces define how connected people
Feel.
to expand the park and trail connectivity and having as for example,
Accessibility
is such beautiful things.
and parks, trails here already. It really is a town where mountains home.
Let's highlight Barker Park, the amphitheater, and the community times.
These are key gathering spaces.
We can use surveys and outreach and ensure that the spaces really reflect the
Yeah, and
This one, there's a couple of things,
that we are
these are public works standpoint, really focused on this.
is an ADA thing, right? Like, and when we talk about
Like, oh, you're stuck up like the ramp, and you don't look out about the sidewalks, that they're passive.
for people that,
They're making sure that there's no raised sidewalks.
and those kind of things, that there's
Abilities to get to places with shade, right, like, there's all kinds of places.
when we talk about and being able to make that available for everybody, when we're talking about our parks. The other thing we talked about a little bit,
Like,
the beautification that we talked about a little earlier, right? Like, what about, like, how many?
Let's start looking at
Those
how we can compare those two.
look is beautiful. We have great, we got great signage and everything there. What other one I want to hit on there? Yeah, I think it was for some of the big ones.
Let me move on.
Yeah, we can.
Goal 4.
Collaboration between city and
Community.
community. This goal is about aligning all of the groups that she. Our suggestion is that we begin hosting biannual round tables to coordinate and share ideas. The local school district, local space, as well as the local businesses. Let's do sponsorship and recognition programs to get all of these local businesses
involved.
What we're trying to say is John stole our idea when he said, school district,
that was my big.
No, but we do, we, there's a place like, every other big thing in this
City, right? Weaver School District, and some of the suggestions we have.
More schools in this place, where we have each
School, the council, or some kind of workshop, quarterly.
where we're bouncing ideas off each other, because a lot of times, it's like, you collaborate on some things,
They can get
easier and better, right? They might bring up things that we don't think about, things great things they don't think about. And so that's a big thing, every time we start talking about businesses, like,
you never talk about those other organizations, how can we communicate and work with the schools, the churches?
HOAs,
Right, like we
come to HOAs in our city, like,
should we be
Some of those relationships and having conversations with them to make sure that we are working together.
in this community together? So, those are some of the big ones.
Because there could be so many different opportunities in cross-project collaborations and, you know, us getting involved with the school districts, we could get more youth council members, we could get more volunteers for charity days. It's opportunity for a lot.
Have flowers back in. Business sponsor.
Yes, and that's the thing is like, you start bringing up beautification stuff, it's like,
It doesn't have to be environmental.
there's
I think to get
Engage with the residents together, like neighbors helping neighbors.
like matching grants for projects like that. You
Like
know,
a city, like a city electronics.
yeah, well,
It's funny, you say that, it's like, if you get 4 or 5 items over to it, and they're actually like, sort of passionate about that, and then actually make a response to it.
but you just gotta find, we've gotta be able to.
With business owners and those kind of people to.
Find and we could be collaborating.
Okay, last but not least, it's the heart of every pillar.
Unity, connects state,
With trust.
it connects employees with
Purpose.
it
The
connects
connection.
development, right? It
And-
connects the people with one another. Ultimately, our success isn't defined just by infrastructure.
It's defined by how
That our residents.
feel.
And this is the one that kind of breaks those things all together, like Chief talked about,
Right, that brings every department
I belong to each other.
in strong community.
Strain.
It's the truth. Engage residents, support staff and operations,
Pride boosts.
economic confidence. And so that's
My presentation, very questions as far as.
community unity. Are there some things that we,
Poured out.
I loved your presentation.
I think, this comes back to what was brought up before, was that, you know, our citizens have kind of like.
And-
It's fun for me.
You know, everything is functioning. The reason they're like, a place that people are proud to live in, and that comes down to more than just infrastructure, like you said, functioning. But
Allow this, to address some of the ideas that necessarily wouldn't be just keep our city functioning, but kind of takes it a step further. And it's an investment, right? It would be an investment to try to recruit volunteers, or to make our events something that us people from other communities, right? That might be a little bit step above, but I think that's also puts our city to this higher level, right? This higher standard, and this looks really is what those people require really here. So that doesn't mean that funding needs to be more of a priority than our public safety money. But we're just trying to take our city from a basic level to a higher.
Well,
I think this is really.
letting that in every way.
and we understand that we have, you know, the things that we suggested, we're gonna have to build some kind of metrics for it and measure that to figure out,
That's
you
gonna be
know,
the hard part.
and
People are actually watching the website or looking at stuff because. That's the biggest problem is, how do you know? How do you get people engaged to actually communicate the information you want to? I mean, that's why we're talking with the other AI people about, you know, an app, but still at the same time, you gotta sit there, gunpoint, somebody download that app on your phone, because that's the only way you're gonna get people to use stuff. You know, people actually looking at stuff and anyway, sorry.
And you didn't hit on a ton, but I think we have a pretty good base of people that follow us, website, Facebook, those kind of things. But we need to do some more of this face-to-face interaction, right? Like we really do feel like if we can hit those things, the other side even more. But we really need to do some of this. And that was why we suggested the coffee in the cob and these workshops that we did.
Hopefully we get more than 5 people at each city council meeting.
No, absolutely, and yes, and then we can only, start building with it.
But I think that it's good presentation, and I think. Exactly.
When we define what the entity was, but it wasn't the stakeholder, 10,000 people coming. We defined it as a community gathering, right? And then now start looking towards that. Some place in North Africa.
And you get the definition and that's all is. It's.
But I was just wondering, you told them, the word is people live on.
But this is a resource priority match.
Yeah.
They give money to neighborhoods, have neighborhood parties.
No, that's a neighborhoods. Down.
But other resources.
To do that, is there another? To accomplish that without the. That's the,
Sister, right, because it was defined as a. Let's make it even.
Then people went to work on it.
And that's kind of what we're looking for is, we threw a lot of options at you, right? The workshops, the website stuff, the things. So give us some feedback on some of those things that you actually think that you would like us to start doing. Continue to build on it, like Mayor just said, right? Like we can define it better. We can actually put matrix, and we can actually.
If you feel like this bombshell, feel like that one of the biggest.
You know what I mean? Then it's like, are we gonna go with matrix, or are we gonna do these kind of things? And so, you're gonna be huge as far as that goes. So that we can, continue to grow this thing.
I think face to face can be good, but if the first couple of events have 10 people, and I don't know, I think the problem is communication, period. That's the thing that we've been struggling with for since I've been, and it doesn't seem to be something, hey, we changed the website, that's great, but it's more nav up, but at the same time, how do people get there? I don't know how many calls you have people, what about, but I use it all the time because I keep forgetting when Green Waste is open, so, and then literally I have it saved, the picture pops up, I remember, but it's one of those things that if it's the more simple you make it, the easier people are gonna use it. And I think that's the hardest part, is making things simple that people can remember, like you said, to go do. Yeah. But
no,
I think that's the idea. Sorry, Dave.
I'm somebody that has a really hard time, especially if I want to know about budget and financing. We need to know about it.
And being able to follow along and really understand. Looking at it.
Shows me what I want to know. It's a lot less. But things like that, it can attribute to anything. Like somebody just wants to see how many people visited Charities this last year.
There it is. That's goal with it. Keep it simple and make it just for you and be able to have this.
Get your answer type. And of course, they have all the option in the world to dig deeper. Our minutes.
I have a presentation. It's talked about the city youth council and try to expand it, get more participation. I know that Councilwoman Watson has been very, very busy with that last year. Maybe to the point of being a little overwhelmed with it. It's a lot for her to take on. And we probably need to think about what extra support she needs. Probably more from the council than anything. Because maybe it's one of those liaison responsibilities that, she's the main liaison, but maybe get a little bit more support from the city council, how quickly it's this. I just don't want you to get too overwhelmed with it. I've seen it. I'm just
calling it out as it is, it's a lot of work.
That's a great point, thank you. And I think that in some cities, in my experience working with a lot of different city councils in other cities, is that some of these councils are so vital to the success of everyday life. From the city council, and so they've correlated quite often, quite a bit, that's why I understand it. So I think that the youth council, where it is growing right now, has the opportunity to help out more, and if there is something, stoppers with a cop event or something, they could get more events, we can utilize that more. But we also.
I get their points.
Yes, yes, but we also include them more or say more or our Christmas plans and help them realize that we really do kind of like. I think it shows both places that I've seen other cities who really have that be as a major part of their.
Suggestion to the council to consider as the city grows, because it's going to,
Yeah.
the council. Right, him or her, right.
And that person's working a lot of these things, everything from making problems.
If that person was in the.
Was, they pointed out, right out of its own.
Talk with cop all day. They can handle the city thing and it could be anything at all. And they connect with the youth council, they connect CTC and coordinate that. They connect with the police citizens account.
All the things that are in charity.
They would be a liaison for charities, and that person could be
Do all those things.
this next year.
And the lot of responsibility. One person, you have. You still get a big.
The council member.
But.
And then pressure off, and we go everything. We can.
On the website. They track
It's just it really works in cities.
Yeah. And one other thing you kind of said is talking with other cities, neighboring cities, right? Since I've been on the council, we haven't had anything that was voluntarily done. We had that force meeting with trying to combine the police force. But other than that, there's been. It's like councils don't talk with other, and I don't know if that's illegal or whatever. You know. Officials that were running kind of last, whatever, a couple of years ago, and they said, yeah, that'd be a great idea, let's do that. But at the same time, you know, but at the same time, that would be to me something awesome, because obviously we've learned lessons, and I know people go in and out, and they have different experiences and perspectives. Why can't we do that? And I've never heard a reason, and I think that would be something that would be awesome. And, you know, could we do it once or twice a year, you know, just to chat? I think that's something we need to at least look into, but, you know, Christina said, if you have, you're like, holy crap, that's much better. Let's do that. Because, you know, I look at cities, would be a heck of a lot better and easier than trying to read into things. So
No, and you're right. And I think it's but you're means with myself and John meet with managers. Makes has a chiefs meeting that they all.
Maybe that's something that we start.
To some of those things, and if we can get a liaison from, you know, Pleasant View and Harrisville to come sit down while Works is talking, or the chief, you know, our meeting on some things, you guys might be able to, you know, get more informed and hear about some things that maybe you didn't on a normal basis.
I still get ideas from other engineers all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
An excellent comment over here. So we've had 150 people in this room.
On the left.
And not one of them is here to me.
And
I don't need to propose public notices like this that say, apartments moving to your area. It's only going to be meeting.
But
The engagement level of the citizens happens in reports from the street. We don't understand that time to have done that is 10 steps prior to that point. So it's in strategic planning for the city, which is going to lead to how we consider number of police officers per 1,000 people in the street. How we're going to invest in public infrastructure, public dollars in infrastructure, and parks, and open space improvements. And how that relates to the housing. And they want to communicate at the end of that process. But in reality, we should have. You know, that 150 people should be in this room right now listening to this body talk about what are the priorities that are going to carry the city forward. I don't know how we educate them, encourage them, let them know that this is where the decisions that will truly impact the quality of life happen, not the housing control decisions that they perceive as a state impact. That's been 20 years of public service, the difficulty in educating the public. We have the right way to possibly really provide input that will change the course and direction. So, however, anybody in this room can figure out how to get people here now, not here after a big discussion meeting on a decision that had been started 10, 15, 20, 60 years before, like Monroe Boulevard. How do we, it's they need to be
I think that's the idea with the 101 workshops.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what we're going to start to change.
Because with these workshops, we're gonna push it out on some
Media.
media.
But that's the intent right there behind all of this is engaging one-on-one. But there'll be city staff, maybe sometimes it'll be
A council member doing these 101 workshops, maybe sometimes it'll be both.
and it's an opportunity with these people to answer these questions to it.
Educate them. I think we'll have to push it a couple of weeks and whoever we are able to hire an outreach eventually, an outreach person. In the meantime, I'm happy to help with whatever I can in my office. But I think education, that's how to start doing this. Prior to coming to the city, I had no idea how any of that works. Some of it, I'll be honest, I still am not quite sure how all that works. It is a huge, tremendous learning curve. Most people turn on a how?
Flushing the toilet, they have no idea. A common resident hasn't seen the infrastructure, and knows how it's mind blowing when you're
Me on a drive and was able to show me the things that go into the subdivision. We should be
extending this education to our residents and where we have 100 people at these classes, no. But word of mouth, I'm sure start to grow once we.
Yeah, and it goes back. I mean, Katie, when you started, when you took over Facebook, I mean, we've grown probably 50%, if not more, maybe 100%.
6,000 people.
See, like, I mean, and nobody knew what we were, and they would always complain that we weren't given enough information. And so it's like, you're gonna get a handful of people or just Kevin by himself.
Besides that, we'll start early.
And
Meeting. The people who listen are, their enemies. What do they want to be things to me, but the correlation usually. Another idea that I had is, the facilities, they have to get quite some time to build, and they have probably have callers in there. They have a lot of, for those who don't know, business owners, just and then we run a group that collects different businesses in the area, it would much sense to me of our communities. So that they can all network better to projects and things. I think we already have that base, you know, we can just attach right to that. I would love it if there was a city council member liaison who was attending that, and also a staff member who was attending that. I was in those meetings for some time when I first started as a council member, when I became also sort of their questions. Is like if it could be a staff member and a liaison, and during staff time, again, it's an investment, but if it could be, then you really need to form a partnership, not just kind of sitting in the back and this, maybe I'll pass this on, or do our partnership work.
Hey, for sure. And just one anecdote for people that, because there's been one person that has been really truly ridiculously engaged, and I don't know if you ever remember Doug Anderson, but I caught up because he hasn't been around. I caught up to him just during the Halloween, and I said, "Well, where have you been?" It's like, well, once you come on the council, I just, you know.
Oh, and I was kind of like, no, you got it.
You know,
At some point, I think there's some people that just like, Christina's on, I don't have to worry about it.
right, so
I think there's some thought to that too. So at the same time, I forward.
like we, you know, you can't just go away. You know, there's lots of volunteer stuff. I think, you know how it is, but that type of engagement is really needed no matter what. And I think I'm still trying to get my wife is, you know, I don't know, she's very, and I wish we would get on the planning commission or something, because I think she would provide in this perspective that I think would shock many of you. But it's just, but that's the type of person you need. I'd love to have Sandy on the planning commission. She won't do it, but you know, those type of people really need to be involved that aren't going to take anything from a nobody and have very good different perspective. That isn't engineering. That isn't, you know, some type of technical thing. That they have a very open mind on what the citizen, you know, wants to see and hear. Anyway, yeah. Well, if I don't know if she's online, but just threw under the bus.
Any other questions? Anything?
Sorry,
No, you're good.
I'm on pause right now. So beginning earlier in the meeting, volunteers, you know, you can have outreach committee as well, whatever the committees are of volunteers. It will take us time to sensitize them with those staff, put in the staff, or when you retrieve the staff worker, somehow we need to it's the thing to build that to go to one. I think the more involved we have with doing their response, not on a level of I do what you're doing in my head type of way, but in more like I'm tired of my community and I'm a member of this and I'm making what it is. I want to invest in this, right? So I served on the planning committee, and Mr. West, before I was here, and I was everything, the video, me, and I was proud to be in those meetings, and I got to share my opinion on my neighborhood. And I was just probably the only science in the place outside of that I was already talking about it. But you know what? I've got this making a plan, a future plan of this city, right? And I felt needed and important, right? So I think the way you structure it or organize it, you can create that environment for anything, whether it's communication community or whether it's an outreach community or whatever you want, a cheerleaders community. And yeah, you might have been somebody's around at the gates, get that there, right? And maybe just being posted by the mayor is enough, someone who wants to come out in their city like I did, but I think once we can establish it, like this buy-in, right, from this meeting, or is it giving that buy-in, is what gives them the how they make it back to neighborhoods, and they talk about how great their city is, right? And because it's this, and really talk that.
Yes, I keep saying, but
Their city, right? The volunteers and everything, we can make the city what we want it to be.
oh man, I think the word is pride. I think gosh,
It was good.
And not to say you're their city, and to feel like they're place now.
right.
For future council members, you're gonna build that legacy of future people that, they can step in and see how government works, and maybe they want to be the council members.
And you know,
We can easily record them and put them on our Naturally transparent, whether you want it or not. It's, come learn,
answer questions.
we still do have, if we have a remarkable type, ideally, if we have done each one. But until we do, we can divide it out in small amounts, amongst the members of the all available. I think one way or another, just have a little bit helps.
For sure. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you.
Jump. Do a 5-minute break for everybody.
Oh, sorry.
The big houses that are gonna come next, 6,000 square foot, 1,900 square foot. 6,000 so slowly 500,000 homes. So they should be doing something there, and since your house, you bring you couldn't swear to them. And that's partially this, but it's the way. These benefits from being here on time. Low interest rates, low.
I live on 2650.
Low housing. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what, 30 acres.
Right across the street, there's that, yes, church, state. I love it. I include that either.
I lost that for. It's like.
We're happy there. Taking it out. And we're sell.
Yes.
Right. So the details. You don't just.
And these. I just said picture.
Yeah, so I personally.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So that was, and then, you know, so I mean, you know, so I all the back, sounds something, I was something, it's so good, it'd be Friday, it's like, I can think that's good. If there's actually that, we have that goal. It's most, but they're very, for us, that was the 6, I think, they just was like that, and
Okay, so the next pillar is employees. And I just want to say that as an employee, but probably the fourth pillar. But also the employees here from Buckton are really special. And I feel like I have a unique perspective. I've left the city a few times and come back and see employees here for the reason that this place feels like a home, a safe place and a place to grow and be every day.
I agree with Bryce. I think this is probably my favorite topic to talk about here at North Lebanon. 100% agree with you. I think we have the best employees in the city, and any place I've ever worked, this tops out. So first we're going to talk about employee growth and development. And our goal, the first one is to provide ongoing training. The next one is to create professional growth plans, then cross training, and then recognize and promote growth. So for the first one, we're going to talk about the percent of employees completing training. So the goal is to ensure that employees have access to ongoing training opportunities to develop their skills. We measure success by tracking the percentage of employees who complete required and optional trainings. So this will help us to see if the learning opportunities that we're offering our employees are effective and being utilized. So this isn't just about being limited to the training sessions of the city, it also includes outside courses, certification program. And other learning opportunities that help employees build their knowledge and strengthen their expertise. So each role in the city has certain criteria that has to be met before moving to another. So for one, there's certain criteria that person has to meet before moving to two. We provide the funding for everybody to do those training opportunities, but they need to take it upon themselves to get those training opportunities done, tracked, and then move forward. So by encouraging continuous learning, we're going to help our teams stay informed and give them the opportunities to grow in both their current and future roles in the city. So you'll kind of see as we kind of move forward in our presentation, but our one thing in the city is that we want to see our employees grow. And whether that's in the same department as the water worker 1 to the water worker 5 to eventually the water superintendent, or if you want to switch paths completely and you want to go stormwater, we want our employees to be happy where they're at and grow within the city. So this,
One is to create professional growth plans.
and this is, we're gonna,
This by the percentage of employees with current professional growth plans.
So
Each teachers want their plan for their growth. We track how many employees have current review development plans. This will ensure everyone knows their goals and steps needed to grow within the city. So what we started about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we have a spreadsheet and it has every position in the city and what's required for that position. It's available to all of our employees. So if they're ever curious on how do I go from the water bill from 1 to 2, here's the steps they need to do, and it's very clearly outlined. That also comes with some of those being a percentage increase for their salary. So some employee may be completely happy staying in a water without their, and they like doing that job, and they don't want to move forward, while others want to climb the ladder and grow with us in that position.
the next one we
talk about is the percent of employees trained in at least one other role. This is a really important.
an important thing to talk about because
We allow employees to learn other roles, improving flexibility and team capability. We'll measure success by the percentage of employees trained in at least one additional role, which will show how much of a versatile workforce we are. So we also want to proactively identify critical roles where cross training is most needed to ensure
continuity.
Of the operations and reduce service disruption. So we have a recent example of this in City Hall. Bryce's department is
Same for the city, helping customers when they come to the building, residents. He's
answering the phones. But then anytime somebody in Bryce's department is sick or is out of training or out of the office for some reason, that department is the one that gets it because there's 1 or 2 people that can't answer all of them. They can't help everybody at the front desk. So Bryce trained everybody in City Hall a couple of weeks ago, so we can all take city fair and utility payments. We can all direct people, residents, where they need to go if they have questions about their garbage service, where to pay a bill, help with the green waste pass. And so it was really important for all of us to learn that, just so we could step in, so the residents aren't suffering because one of our staff members is not there to pay.
the last one is recognize and promote growth. So
We're gonna recognize internal promotions. This is something that I think we really do well at. We've got a picture of the police department up here. We really like to try to offer our promotions internally, and kind of how she described it earlier. He was kind of set it up to where going forward, our promotions are going to be internal. With really good people in the seats that they're in, and to me, in my opinion, they're only going to grow where they're at. So recognizing achievements and providing career advancement opportunities will motivate employees for retention. So what recognition, participation, and internal promotions to see if an employee and are moving forward in their careers. So not only in public safety that we've done this, we recently did this in public works.
One of our
employee Brian Galvez is going to retire. We're going to miss him, and he has large shoes to fill. So rather than opening it externally, we had a lot of qualified employees internally. It was actually a really hard choice to make the decision because we have so many qualified applicants and so many applicants that could have just stepped in and done the job. So that says something. I think that talks a lot about our employees and where we're at. And so recognizing achievements, I think we do really well, and we just continue to going forward.
And the next area is employee management and well-being. This is an area where we believe we're already performing strongly and something we want to continue investing in. We know that employees feel supported, valued, and connected to their work, and the entire organization benefits. Going forward, our priority is to maintain the momentum by continuing the programs and practices that are working, listening closely to employee feedback, and looking for opportunities that enhance the overall employee experience. So the key metrics in this are communication and engagement, recognition and appreciate contributions, support work-life balance, team building, and support mental health and well-being. So employee engagement scores. So when employees feel informed and connected, we track engagement scores to see how well employees understand what's happening in the city, how comfortable they are sharing feedback. And then recognition, participation, so acknowledging employee effort is key to motivation. We measure recognition, participation to ensure contributions are noticed and celebrated, which helps keep morale high. Work-life balance, so encouraging employees to use the benefit that's offered to them by the city of their vacation, sick time, comp time, things like that. An employee who has a better balance of this will be a better asset for the city long-term as they have a healthy balance. And then team building. So strong teams collaborate better and create a positive work environment. Measure participation in team building activities to ensure employees are engaging in opportunities to connect and collaborate. And then mental health support usage. So we want employees to feel supported in managing stress and maintaining their mental health. Track this and monitor the use of programs like our Employee Assistance Program or EAP to ensure that staff are accessing the support they need. We receive quarterly updates from Bloomquist Health which show that employees are actively taking advantage of these benefits. These reports also indicate that employees, family members, and family members are utilizing the programs as well.
And that's a
thing that we did. I've been here about 5 years, but over the 5 years, I've watched our utilization reports. And we're continually improving, continually growing up. And as I met with Bloomquist Health, they said, you know, they usually want people to be at 20% usage. Last utilization report we received were 33%.
So that's
and it's important for people in our city. We've recently opened this up to our seasonal employees, which has been really nice. So the kids that come working in the pool, this is available to them. You let them know that this is available. It's just a really good benefit for our employees, and the proof is just
in the reports that we received that it's being helpful. So okay, then
one is to maintain market competitive pay and benefits.
So the
Market benchmarking, review pay scales, evaluate benefit packages,
apparently,
and then performance-based incentives. So for the first one, market comparison data. So we regularly compare our salaries and benefits to market averages. This ensures that we stay competitive and can attract and retain quality
employees. Our compensation and benefits
are aligned with trends and comparables.
The next one.
Of pay scales updated annually. So we review pay scales every few months to confirm that they align with experience, performance, and the market trends that we're seeing within our community and local cities. Our goal is to keep compensation fair and consistent across the board. And I know we've kind of talked about this in some of the council meetings, but just
for those that are not,
we track our wages in two different
reports.
So we watch cities between the same price range there, so 10,000 to 25,000. And then we also use cities of 75, a distance of driving of 75 miles or more. Those are still for our police department or other positions that don't necessarily aren't necessarily in surrounding cities. So if there's a position that's not necessarily
a common position, but something that's not
known, we'll go outside of that 10 to 25,000 miles and get that the rate of 75-mile drive distance.
So the
one is benefit utilization and satisfaction. So we assess how many employees use benefits and gather feedback on satisfaction. This helps us identify which benefits are most valued and where we can improve. The is employee understanding. So this is huge in transparency because it builds trust. So we measure how well employees understand the city's fee structure and benefits through open communication. So with those two reports that we're pulling every couple of months, we're pulling the actual average rate of that pay of that position. And then we go off of a 90% and 110%.
So if we
revenue, like using waterwork fund, but we hire a revenue waterwork position with no experience, we're gonna hire them at the 90% of the actual average. And then every year that they're here, they get a percent increase. Typically, if it's approved by the council, and then once they complete their certifications, their classes, trainings, things like that, then they'll grow that way.
And then the last one is
So we reward learning and tracking how many employees are in performance spaces that has helped ensure our system recognizes and motivates high performance.
So employees of the foundation that strengthen every pillar, so public safety, well-trained, supported employees provide reliable service that keeps our community safe. Community unity, when employees feel valued, they build stronger connections and trust with the people they serve. Economic planning, investing in the workforce leads to better ideas, efficiency, and long-term growth for everyone.
That's it. Questions you guys have?
You'll have.
What we are internally is really is working. I mean, there's so many examples just sitting at this table here that, I mean, I started that with our river, right? Yes, there's hope.
I started as a sewer worker.
So, I mean,
there's this funding growth here. We thought they really sad.
But, and the key thing is that this is the living, breathing thing that we can affect the most, to be honest. I think, the problem is the data
Is based on cities. That's the one downfall.
of the whole thing is that if you get a spike that we can't,
Trust, based on physical.
you know,
What we've done.
sometimes we'll see what we can do type of thing. And I think
As long as the employees understand that, know that.
to be, we're in parity with surrounding cities. I think that's kind of the overall thing. But at least from my point of view, this is the one asset that we can effectively, change the most and have the most effect on. And I think that's the key thing is to
be trained.
to maintain what you have, an awesome team that you have
Versus trying to go find something new because you
have a high turn.
Because there's so that's so great. So I'd rather do that, get a little bit more
team than to pay a lot more and maybe have less quality of service based on that.
Right.
So anyway,
And I think that's a good point of John, to correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is an idea of a successful strategy. A number of years ago, the council made the decision that they were gonna make competitive pay, right? And that employee retention is really important. And I think John would too. That we have a lot of catching up. But we have put this strategy, so it's what our pay strategy is. We're gonna, try to. Possible. But I think there's another thing that with the learning situation. We have one person who's doing human resources, the recorder's job, the office manager job. And as we said, okay, well, here are resources. So we fire whatever the department, so human resources, right? And constant. Because I became I mean, culture's terrible. But what we said is, okay, let's look at our resources and we consolidate so that we could have adequate resources, hire Ronnie's. And so I think if you look, a few more 6 years ago or something like that. But we resources and put by our strategy was identified. And did to get before where they were. But we should be trading them. It was okay to pay them 25%. That's right. Well, I think that's evidence is because it,
Emphasize that.
you know, it took the pain.
Basically hiring people in the right positions.
And so
Those things have to be kind of looked at, as what resources you have.
over. I mean, it's a lot more expensive to retrain them than just keep them. But, you know, that's one thing I want to give the team credit for it. Isn't, no, but the culture has elevated, which was
Makes people want to stay part of it.
of the team, right? But,
Or
you know, it was having,
person with 4 jobs.
now we reallocate resources we have to do the job. That makes sense. But, yeah, was it expensive to implement the strategy? Yes. I mean, we weren't afraid that when.
And so it says it, it's obviously what we do. That's what-
We offer bonuses and raise wages.
Retention.
Bonuses, they have, we did whatever it took.
We found, and that's kind of the council, that balancing.
So that's hard, I can see.
Because frankly, we had to let some long-term employees take a different. Yep. To get where we wanted to be.
The problem is that not all staff, not all people that work for the city have pay that's parity across the board. Well, you probably know what, but the mayor and council, and I know that's a taboo thing this, but from what I've researched, it hasn't changed since 1990s. Probably, and so that's something I wanted to at least discuss. And there's, I know paid, you know, is your, I think, you know, whatever, you know, but some people may say, oh, I don't have time for that, and it's not providing enough to take in a week. You know,
So I, to be honest, I think at least
you can look at that to see, and I've done little mini searches. And it's a little scary how far behind we are, but.
Katie did it. Katie actually has a survey of that.
one day we cancel, I don't know what that is, it's.
Oh, it won't affect me. Gets an adjustment, the same as the employee, so the employee, 3.5% increase on average, that gonna be.
Once you get to that. But then every year, you're, as a council, you're concentrated on.
But
Yeah, that's something that was happening.
I know, you know, people.
These sort of things. Council.
Compensated with program. But that's something you might.
Too, so now, you have a suggestion, have to consider. Basically, this is what I am saying.
Cameras, boy.
One thing that we need to focus on is the total benefits package. I think as a small city, we have a lot of.
Due to a,
Benefit package.
you know, with
The federal government, there's not a lot of that. And this around me, it's all coming from down high. From high. And so I think about, you know, is our PTO package sufficient? Probably, I don't know what the numbers are, I don't know how many days vacation our new employees get versus our tenured employees. Things like that are really important, and I think that as a smaller city, we can have some immediate impact on those. And then especially with medical benefits, I think we have a lot of impact on. You know, at my job, there's no, you know, it is what it is, it's set by Congress, and your percentages are going to go up every year on your medical. There's nothing we can do unless Congress steps in. Whereas, we're a little bit more nimble, And if we see that medical is going up very high in 1 year, we can try to figure out how to lessen the burden on employees for that.
Well, Katie, very good at making sure cities kept up on, that she made a suggestion, hey. Yeah. Let me give another example of this. We got criticized by some people who get shifting and finding people. But it's now, right. Later. And right. 2 weeks. Yeah, we paid her 20,000 stars, so we, it costs us. Costs us 1,000. But those are the type of things where we make investment in the right people. And this is something we always kind of have a discussion about. Benefits, right? Because I've always said this it used to be that people came to work for the government for the benefits, right? Because the pay wasn't that great. So benefits are really good. But now we've also cut up salary. But competition with the government. Our sir. But hiring anyone I got. But benefits in government. It's are. To what happens. Private enterprise. Katie does a good job of keeping up on that. Prices, we've done that kind of small job, so citizens have come to a place to get taken care of, but some look at that. We took some people with accidents, paying investment. What's happening? And as you're always first. But those are the things. And they were decision first. The boys work.
Yeah, and when we were going through the briefing, metrics and making, again, same thing, the right ones to take, and is the survey, the engagement survey, something that people are gonna really do, or if you put out a question or two a month, would it be easier for people to answer it that way? So stuff outside the box, which I think hopefully is. What's that? Right, for employees.
Either one, different thing.
Oh, I was just gonna say, from a financial standpoint, investing in employees, retention, those ways to keep employees. Here, so these are the kind of we're turnover.
You notice that consulting fees, contract fees, especially you can't do all the work, because they've got to take that and sometimes 2 years to level up for the job. Get it go out. But as you do better between
training.
So I say particularly with the area training with the compensation.
And you mentioned one thing that kind of triggered me was the compensation.
So you go to either audit or firms outside for.
I think it was Sunset, I'm trying to remember which city, but actually it's the firm that my son works for. They
said, oh, we're not charging you.
double the amount. And so I think some things that, you go to outside source or outsourcing things, say you have to, you're basically at risk to the market, whatever they're gonna charge you. So I think if you have someone that's generated from the house, then anyway. I think that's better than trying to do what other cities are doing. I know they have to because they aren't able to have enough money to go do stuff like that. They double your, it was like 35 to 60 grand or something for the trailer.
It's just my perspective from the council, that there are cities whose councils do not support employees vocally in council meetings. That's one of the things that helps with retention involvement. You think?
Yes. That employees, a lot of employees who watch on YouTube.
And we're very positive, kind of praise in public, criticize in private, because, obviously that's.
As our,
You and I both were not perfect. And
so if we keep with,
so is there are times when an individual will be called out by a resident, for example, like, it's nice and they've been it's employee A or B, it's not Dylan or Dave or
it's really
a lot easier
do that
as far as
for employee satisfaction and retention helps a ton.
Can I add that, John? I think it's important to.
I remember a time something came all day long.
Right in council meeting. And it would be, but as council members, I think it's important. You may.
It's not fair.
It's not. Yeah, you can. That's not a problem.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do. It's council member, you need to do it.
You need to stand up. And as John said, if there's a. Deal with it in private. So, remember that day?
Yes, absolutely.
not they just public line
That much.
oh, thanks now.
It's important to realize that, we see that the employees, everybody else, and anybody else, the employees are out. They're always looking for planning these stuff, because things are dynamic, and we're going to change it, there's something we're always trying to. And we said, and we're gonna need, maybe some of the great way for people to come back and get back to her. And like everyone should know what's the, what is the situation, and so that's, there's no question there, but what. I mean, there's,
You just invite.
We're talking about their well-being and the life balance of the social work balance. That is a little bit right.
Life instead of their work life. Their life, so for prioritizing their life and use your benefits, don't just see how many you can max out before you lose them all.
Right. No, I think that's a really good point. I really like how you worded that.
Employees know this, we still have a policy in place that,
You can vacation leave every year, but it used to be where you could
1 hour of sick leave.
to cash it out at the end of the year. And we,
It's like, you don't want our place to be. Maybe a day.
it's a heavy day. Some things happen, they need to be at home. So
That change, future sick
leave, use your vacation leave. You still have to have a certain amount of hours in your leave, in your balance to be able to cash that out, but that's
holding people tight. So John's a big one, Dave's a big one, a big proponent of take your time, enjoy your time off, turn your phone off, turn your email off, separate. So I like that.
I think that's really good.
Can you remind us? Just here, like.
Sure. So, about looking at the exact policy, so every employee gets 3.7 hours, full-time employee gets 3.7 hours.
Sick leave. And then 3.09
hours is where they start. But then for police officers, when we're hiring a lateral police officer, depending on how many years of service they've had in another place, they start in
say at 5.73 hours, so it's in our policy, and I can send that out to you, so you can have the
Table, but it's by
service with the city, and then except for if you're an officer, I can give those.
lateral hours as well. We also,
It's been about 2 years, but we now offer our part-time employees paid sick leave and vacation time as well. And that's just paid out based on the hours that they work this week. So we have some employees that are at 29 hours. And that, you know, I don't know off the top of my head, but we also have some that are 20. So however many hours they're working, they're that time as well. They also give our employees that are full-time 40 hours of sick and 40 hours
vacation when they hire on, and part-time hours, they get 20 of each. So, and that's
really big. I know when we were trying to think of those police officers, we were trying to think of ways to retain
and get people to come to the city. And
for so many people, but that is a huge thing. You know, people have doctor's appointments, people have kids, people have things that they're needing time off for. And if you're starting a brand new job, it can be really scary asking for that time off. So allowing our employees to have that in their bank when they start, you know, being flexible with them so that they know they can use it, not making it a big deal about, don't ask to take time off, I think it's a really important thing to do. So.
Different numbers, I looked it up, I didn't have up my head. 0 to 3 starts at about 3 hours of pay period, so not a week, 3 hours every 2 weeks for vacation, and then it goes up to just over 8 hours if you have 20 years of service. And so every 3 years you get a new level of increased time off as far as vacation goes, but like Katie said, vacation or sick leave is the same for everybody regardless of years of service. And then public safety officers, sworn officers get a slightly higher percentage, about 7% more hours per pay period, because they
work out different schedule and stuff, so.
I like what Ken is out for the pay out for sick leave, I think that one careful about that, because it would seem difficult to have a disincentive for somebody not to get sick, they can be sick. That's one like that means going into an office with people after having.
No, really, it is. And I think all the department heads and supervisors are really, really good about that. I know, you know, when I started in the workforce, I remember having to go to work and I worked with a restaurant and my boss was like, we'll be here and they'll serve tables and like, I heard the talk, like and I just remember how horrible of a feeling that was. And I don't want to be around that. So I think all of our leaders here are really, really good about noticing when someone is sick, noticing when someone is having a hard time, maybe it's a mental thing they need to take off.
and I think we all do really well at encouraging our employees to take that. Okay, anything else? Okay.
So while Scott and Peter are getting ready, we're gonna hand out sandwiches because we just want to keep moving. And then we can kind of have a conversation as they wrap up until we're done talking, and then we'll go on to the place. But you'll stay there. You'll just have your sandwiches, hopefully they're labeled appropriately. You know, like the word with their thumbs, that was me by the way. So.
Okay, years from now, it's gonna be better to me because it's like.
I know,
Oh. But what's the I think that's probably this, you know. They want that flexibility. I don't.
right now.
Everybody have a sandwich? Kevin, sorry, you just sandwich, you can eat anything on the Kevin.
Only a joke, that's great. Wow.
I love those.
Hold on. Pretty much.
Let's go.
And then can we, while we have the conversation, we can sit down and do this. That's right. All right, let's do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are so kind of.
No, we're gonna go 5 minutes. John said go, we're going.
All right.
No.
That's good.
So.
Well, I would love some, right?
Here's the last 5 years. We have to, here's the 1 club 8. Schedule them,
Right.
You know what, I'm like, you do a lot of work. Sorry.
You're like, what?
I just need a 30 like I'm saying, he just.
And others, I don't get it.
Well, since my wife had, it was very good.
Hey, we sit down. As a start. What? You're good. You're fine. Other recorders, no recording.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I mean, this stuff is money. I'm so buzzy. I love this. I'm such a city nerd, and I see how everything relates to us. And when John says to council, and then the council prioritized, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually, I thought it was the reverse, like the junior high picture thing where you search for yourself. And now everything funnels down to economic planning. So it's really, we're obviously the ones. So economic planning is a priority. This matters. We can't maintain quality services without a balanced and stable revenue base. We must align land use with long-term financial outcomes to prevent all sorts of deficits, reducing pressure on residents to tax increases, ensure that we have police and parks and roads, and public services remain viable. So economic planning is all about stabilizing our finances and making sure that we maintain our quality of life. We have 4 key goals. And as a planning nerd, I think about it in terms of pillars and goals and how we action, the strategies, and then the measure. We'll talk all through those. We try to limit the words on the slide, and I will try to not say too many words because I can just talk about this for hours. John said I had to go 4 o'clock. I'll take a brief, prepare to eat my sandwich, and then we'll come back. But really, we'll try to run through this pretty quickly, and would love to have any comments, feedback. You're all brilliant people. We need your feedback and comments. Let's jump in. Ready, Peter?
All right, first goal, and you want to kind of think about this in terms of there's this one goal, and all later goals we're gonna talk about sort of fit underneath it, so think about it that way. We're presenting called the budget stool, through like still maybe you've seen this other places. This is the municipal budget stool. For a city of our size, there's actually different ones for different sizes of cities. But for our city, it doesn't have income tax. It's about, 25,000 people. Which you kind of is a three-pronged approach to developing revenues to help maintain your city. One is the sales tax. And the other is property tax, and then finally the service fees. In terms of an approach to the ideal way of funding your city, the Government Finance Officers Association, which I call GFOA.
There's an acronym for you. Has a recommended sort of ratio for a small to mid-sized city. I want you to think about this in terms of city derived revenue. So don't get too concerned about.
We're not including grants. We're not including governmental support from the state. When we talk about sales tax, we're only going to be talking about the portion that the city receives from purchases in the city, not the larger state amount that gets kind of piled on top of it. So if you look at it, our sales tax would be a lot bigger than that. This is just the city portion. So as you look at the budget stool here, the top figure is our city's percentage, and then the part underneath it that's in italics is sort of the recommended amount. So sales tax in our city is 29%. The recommended amount says don't go beyond 30%. Now we're going to caveat that in a minute because we have to our property taxes are 48%. GFOA says do not exceed 60%. And a couple of reasons why. Sales tax you don't want to exceed, because if you're too high in sales tax, what happens with concessions? Because much more volatile. If you're too high in property tax, you're building your budget on backs of the citizens. And same with service fees. So our service fees are 24%. Are the recommended goal not to exceed 30%. But let me drill down a little bit into property tax, because while our property tax amounts are maybe we got some room to grow as far as do not exceed. We want to break down property taxes into two different prongs. One is the residential piece, and the commercial piece. So the residential piece, North Ogden is 84%, but the recommended ratio is 67%. One way to sort of help that ratio is to grow your commercial base, so they're paying more percentage of the property tax. And then speaking to that fourth, I'll get that in a minute. But I'll talk about it right now because we're there. So if you are going to grow your sales tax, what you want to think about in terms of if you're past your 30%, take that extra amount, use it for reserve. You're not wasting your budget on that. Your operating budget, that becomes your rainy day. Some of the practical measures we want to look at in terms of developing some goals to think about is number one, keep those ratios or keep those in mind. Maybe look at them occasionally to see if we're getting, if we're getting more balance like we should. Our tax rates. Do we have sort of a consistent procedure or process to adjust those tax rates according to a ratio or a metric? Best practices would say to do it more frequently and not wait 10, 20 years when you're in a crisis and kind of to go to only your 30% high. And then make sure that your general fund reserves you have some percentage of your target. So if you can't have too much general fund reserves, but if you're going to go over, for example, your tax value growth, maybe that's where you sort of target your general fund reserves. And so going back to Scott here, Do you have any questions on this sort of kind of fiscal chart? This is the only time we're gonna really talk about the fiscal budget, tax revenues.
Things like.
What's the max for that?
30%, 35%. Yeah, so as it goes back over to Scott, he's gonna talk about planning for economic growth, looking at how we develop our infrastructure, our community sort of meet and be in line with some of these fiscal goals for economic sustainability.
But I think the council does a good job of it. Less we drive it. On them to go in some. The duty to build a property that the cities do. I think we balanced it out more between, I think, kind of an identifiable source. Revenue. So we like so much, sense tax. It hasn't been easy, but it's. You have to fix it exactly, that's good. I do think we, but I just think it has to be nothing like.
I do agree.
Right, I think there's still some revenue.
I don't, Kerner, that it comes down to fees, like you were saying, I think there's. Really business licenses and or even how to find people, because I've noticed some other cities, their schedule. Like there's, once you get to a certain point, it's every day. And I think in some respects, that might be a bigger. Or dog leash, off leash thing, that to me has been a big issue that obviously you have to catch them, but at the same time, if they know there's a bigger hammer coming, if they don't. Anyway.
Yeah, the chief business license is doing very study bill. It takes $188.
I do agree, it's. It's moving towards, anybody. Because I just don't know how much.
Some of our older residents can pay that increase. It's pretty hard on. But I think we had the compensation. Because we have promotions. Right? You compare that to the.
Older are.
North. A great place to live because of our limited commercial. But I don't know. But I do agree that we've got to look for other sources of development.
Well, fortunate.
I just kind of go back to that property tax piece, and we'll talk about the two scenarios. Again, if you broke the commercial property tax piece of it, that helps the residents. To an extent, it's actually 50%. And think about commercial, not just in terms of retail, but in terms of multifamily, in terms of commercial.
Well.
The other brilliant thing, I don't know if John knows this, but our property taxes by ordinance are dedicated 100% to public safety. So when you have a truth in taxation, this is a brilliant point. It's easier to tell the residents who here wants an ambulance to show up and call 911. And nobody doesn't, no one keeps their hand down. I don't do like that. So if I need to increase property taxes 2, 3, 4% to guarantee that when your child has an incident like mine did when they were several months old, I didn't care how much I had to take in property taxes, but I wanted that ambulance there right then. My 3-month-old baby wasn't there, right? So that's a lot easier to stomach than saying, yeah, property tax is gonna buy new slots in the park. But that's something that the residents and they're in life might not care as much about. So John, is that unique to North Ogden or is that something other than?
It is unique, however, council is talking about unwinding that because of just the nature of the way all.
There's no real law funds, that's what it is. You use that to much people and go, wait a minute, we know that.
Okay. So goal 2 is invest in infrastructure and city beautification. I will be the first one to say that as somebody who's driven through the city for the last 4 years and new North Ogden, I feel like we lost something inherent in the city in our basket moved on. So think about it, I felt like we lost more than the $30-ish thousand cost for them in city investment, in city beautification, in the, you're in North Ogden now when you cross an address line that people don't really realize because now they're beautiful thing to basket. So that's just my one pitch as we go into public for budgeting season. This one, infrastructure is critical. It's critical for public safety. Like you had mentioned, you want the police to be able to drive down the road, you need fire trucks to be able to get there safely. People don't think about infrastructure, or rather, your city is functioning best when people don't think about when the toilet just flushes and sewer water is not coming up the basement drain. When stormwater doesn't end up as 5 feet of water in your basement because the stormwater system is managed well, that's when you know you're doing a good job. People just ignore it. And if you're like me, just riding around, you ask your wife things like, what do you think about this roundabout? And you looks at you like you're crazy. And because you're trying to gauge, like, hey, do you think about it? Is it in, impediments to your day of driving? What's your thoughts and idea on this? And I ask that. I ask my kids, where do you think the water going down the curb goes when it hits that drain? I such a paradox. I love it. And I encourage you all to ask your neighbors and people about it because it opens their eyes to why this is important. And ultimately, that all benefits the economy. It benefits our economic damage. If we are looked at or viewed as a high investment community, people will be willing to be here, invest, businesses will come and invest. And that's a critical piece for us just paying our bill. So the trackable measures of this would be lane miles, improve the activity. That's a public works department piece. I'm the planning part. I get to just think about this all at the global level. And I call myself a professional recommendation maker. I make almost no decisions. You all in the room help make those decisions. We've got to think about the parts of projects completed, and some of that's just on a rolling capital investment plan, but taking credit for the fact that we put playgrounds now on a replacement schedule, as opposed to kicking that can down the road 10, 15, 20 years and having one fail. It's critical. We've done some infrastructure condition. We did a drive around the city council on pavement condition. I think that's a metric that we can continue to use as where we're at and how we're doing. And then it includes roads, our parks, utilities of all sorts. And then the city beautification projects, our planters, our streetscapes, our signage. If you haven't gone down and been on the 10-foot wide sidewalk on Washington Boulevard, I encourage you all to do it. It's in front of Walker Cinema, there's a stretch of it. There's another piece in front of Village of Commons Point Car Wash, actually near 1900 North Washington Boulevard. And how that reduces friction for parents and strollers and kids on scooters and people who want to ride bikes who aren't mammals, middle-aged men in Lycra. And so, if you're not a head down by a cyclist, you want to be probably on a separated curve. And these are often terms I use as an application plan. But that's both city beautification, infrastructure, public safety improvements, and that's one piece, this whole pie that can say, you're now in our pocket. Pretty simple. Any questions on infrastructure? Yes.
Signage, I think, just when I'm driving down the cities, I see this way to go.
We're missing,
especially parts as we build up our park, that's not a good thing.
We need to.
All those signs are.
That's the right thing. It's a base. you know, there's 1050 or 2600, this is which way to go,
Yep, absolutely.
but.
Okay.
I got a quick comment.
And this is coming from my fire chief now. They're not going to firefighter chief. He says, yeah.
You don't want to spend money on fancy things. And South Jordan had the opposite opinion that let's spend money to make our cities look great.
And now you look at 40 years, South Jordan, all did.
I think there's a
Go there. That's where all the.
I don't go down there, so I don't know what there is.
There's the nice lot, nice and city.
Where did you go? It's a dump. So it's like. You just, yeah.
All on what the.
It's important. Maybe we don't want to spend money on lots, or maybe we do. It's an. We want to make our city a little bit nicer than, or do we just want to be a normal bedroom community that has nothing?
Yeah.
And again, this is the firefighters improvement.
That's a great segue, actually.
The bedroom community piece is a huge one for me. Great. So the next one, I look at maps all day long. I see the world in 30,000 foot view. So I'm gonna ask you to step into the map, help me identify the routes. Right here. So I'm gonna skill jobs and go fast, but I'll fingerprints here. This is one of my favorite maps of the entire city, and it rolled up in my office, and I got unrolled it one day, and it's like. It's so good, I've scanned it, I've used it in a bunch of these. This is the 1961 general plan of the city. And these are schools. And there are parks, they're kind of like city spaces, and red is commercial, I love this. So. This is Washington Boulevard, and this is 2600. They didn't envision UDOT going south, I-50 was pretty new at that point, they didn't envision that road coming across. So, what road is this, 2600, what does that make this road? If you know, we just paid, let's go, come on, I know, but you can't answer. Oh, you don't. Okay, so what does that make this one? Alberta. Yeah, 3100, and this is an unidentified road, but is approximately, who wants to guess it?
39.
30, 35, 50-ish to 3900, and what's this? It looks like, doesn't it? It's not, it should be. No, it's not. It's not. Power line to get there. What's Nature Road. Mountain Road. What's it, what's the most eastern and northern Nature Road? Mountain Road. What do you call it? Oh, Skyview Drive at that point? Is that a thing where it's renamed it, not a Skyview Mountain Road touch?
Brooklyn Boulevard.
There you go. So, this is so interesting to me because Bates Elementary was envisioned as a commercial location. So, right there. So that's, yeah, 3100. And 3100 goes out and it's the connections to North Arlington Drive. And I think now, how popular would a Maverick have been on Mountain Road and 3100 North? Had you put it in, thought about it, that would be the last ice stop before you go to the Wasatch. That would be the first stop. It would be the first stop. You know what we're talking. What community has access to Power Mountain? What community is about to have the fastest access to those largest, fastest growing ski resort in the state? Nordic Valley. Like we are there. Nordic Valley is expanding double, and they have plans to go triple what they are right now. So we missed an opportunity to put commercial. And talking about the economic tax base for the city, in my humble planner's opinion, who thinks about maps of 30,000 foot view, we should be thinking about areas and opportunities for neighborhood commercial, for sales tax base, for property tax increase areas such as, you know, I don't know if we need another bank blocks in the state. But the bank, we need one more bank. We don't need another bank. But the nice thing about a bank or a title office or quiet little pediatric dental office or any number of those, is that they pay 100% of property tax revenue for that piece of property. And each one of our single family homes that we live in or rent is paying 55%, 55 cents on the dollar for that property tax revenue. So you can make more money on smaller pieces of ground by allocating them correctly to commercial. And property tax is this like glorious thing that once you get it, you just have it forever. It's not sales tax. But in addition to that, I think Monroe is between 80-foot right of way, which is massive. I mean, if you've been down, go down 2550 and turn on Monroe and just stand on that road and realize how big of a piece of asphalt that is. And envision Monroe in 1700, Monroe in 2100, Monroe in 23, having a small neighborhood commercial. And it doesn't have to be a gas station, it doesn't have to drive a ton of people there, but something that is sales tax revenue based. And that might not fit the vision of North Allegheny for the residents here today, but it's important for 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when we are 40,000. I like to think of us as we're the stewards of our positions for this short time while we're in them. There's all these decisions that preceded us, 1960s general plans. There's all these decisions that are going to come, that are going to outlast us. And I think about making decisions that the next planner is going to complain about less. Because I sure complain about Scott and Terry Parker and the planners that existed before me, you know, and like you get to do that. It's great. So these are things that we're going to be bringing to planning commission and city council about how we strategically place land uses in the city and provide. And this is I want to again, all down, see excited about this. So acres entitled for priority land uses is something that we can track. Entitled means zone, essentially, it's put a zone on the ground and that. Businesses retained and created. And development projects advance or studies, plans, active construction. So what's happening at Barker Depot is everything's on the ground, but Barker Depot is going to impact Lee's marketplace by putting in center median turn lane, and we need to time that with light free release so we can still easily access these. So this isn't just about going to Driven Minds or Lopez or a new part of New American First. We're all gonna go there now, buildings tonight. It's about how do you retain Lee's marketplace to make sure that it's still viable. These are things that, you know, of course, Eric and I get sitting things about all day long, in hopes that the residents don't ever have to think about it. It's just frictionless for them.
They get to use it.
So, that passion speech about making Monroe a great boulevard. You think that? Yes. This would be, one over here.
Oh, I just, so in the, our recent development and the huge planning commission meetings that we had with, record tenants. It was interesting that the residents were still having these commercial on 2100 and Monroe. And even when we said, well, what about it being like a professional office? And because I think about if that was next to me, it's only going to be used from maybe 9 to 4 p.m. and it's going to be a ghost town otherwise. So you don't have a bad neighbor at night in general. And it is going to be a higher property tax value to the city, as you mentioned, as instead of that 55% property taxes that don't come to the city, it's that 100%. So, you know, it's almost like there's kind of, in those meetings, there's kind of no arguing because
Just talk.
but that's something that was in the back of my mind at times. Someone please think of those things.
As I was, I was not, you know, I think of like, I come primarily from Utah County. And if you drive down certain areas of Provo, particularly University Avenue, going towards the canyon, there's a lot of commercial on. There's also some CCNRs that kind of provide this beautification element that I believe helps to raise property values. Even in fact, places you don't have a Maverick on that road or a really good gas station. The one that is there's kind of cracked. But you have all of these sort of high scale office spaces that actually really enhance that area of the city. So I look at that as a way to sort of mitigate these issues.
Well, and the one thing,
Like you said, and no one's thinking about it,
you know,
once you put houses there, it's never not.
you know,
You really don't, it's not gonna be that big, it's Washington Boulevard, mostly, so.
is that right now,
Uh,
it's mostly a family property for 150 years. And I think if there,
ways to,
you know, we were talking about land,
change it, say, hey,
when
the future.
future for this,
It's
not that, but in the commercial.
Mhm.
And I think that's one of the biggest things
that we
pushed really hard. Say interview, but definitely and my wife said that one of them on the west side, right near the development, those three that were not annexed, one of them is for sale. You know, why can't, you know, the city where, you know, we talk to people and say, hey, so this is the advantage of North Ogden.
I don't even, you know, street house, they did annex on the west side, but.
1800, 1900.
No, Washington.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, but, and I think. Another controversial thing that you can debate, was because someone's yelling at my ear, is the fact that, there's no change.
And nobody thinks anything. I think it needs to revert back to what it was, and I'm gonna say it out loud, I'll say it's the storage unit. It's been done
For years.
you know,
It has to be.
brought,
By that, at a certain point, the city needs to go, you know what, no,
That's better. Revert back, sorry, you know, people are gonna yell at you, but I think that is one of the biggest things that I see as a travesty, and it's not being worked on, and it's not gonna.
I mean, what they said they were gonna put on. Like you said, if you hear them, it's like.
Right. And nothing's been presented, so I think that's something we need to seriously consider as a council and go. Is that?
No, take away its own after it has been used, no, but if you guys go through all that trouble, all those issues to make it a new zone. And then nothing's been built up for years. You didn't hear. But their intention all along, I mean, just getting in the weeds, but I think their intention was to do the housing before the tax. It was never the intention to do, the yeah, 3 years, I mean, I'm just saying, I just think there's certain things that we need to do to do.
Is Scott saying
that these are the areas that we want to. Less and less green.
So right now, I think.
Able to check homes. I think in all the major streets, even the old one can show.
You need to think about that, because as soon as it becomes solidified as a housing project, that's it.
Can I ask you a question about property, okay, for future growth, or do we read the general plan again? When does that open up again?
Yeah, for sure. So the general plan land use map is adopted in 2022, we're updating in 2022.
A year and a half out.
Bob had been working on that for 2 years or so, and we were able to get the general plan advisory committee across the line. Staff, it was myself, Brandon Bell, and I really pushed for commercial. We look commercial areas on, these are notes from around that time that we written. And at that time, the council decided it's not interest to add commercial.
You would put,
general plan.
and then it's a lot harder for the neighborhood.
Around that to come back and say.
You know,
Right now, I'm rezone, you can say it has to be general plans. This is the opposite, which is. The applicant came forward, put neighborhood commercial on there at the recommendation of staff, because we've been thinking about this, planning commission has been thinking about neighborhood commercial. And then the residents saying, this is a sea change for us, this is a huge difference from what we expected. When really it shouldn't start at that change.
So, yeah, we need
When can we put up general plan again?
tomorrow.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, I think about it all.
Yeah.
Instead of my state, yeah, that's the Christmas point. For instance, the developers now, first to the legislature, said, hey, can't automatically terminate. And whatever. Before we can make a little bit of progress, because one city's done, they have something. And we know the government will push them because they don't authorize them. So they don't even that. But for me, if we have a strategy to keep that local, we need help to do this thing, because what do we have? Like I said, if we want to play right, if the government just hand and have him take away from it. Play the last public,
Send those last two meetings.
yeah, send the last two meetings to the government, and we give every single reason to take someone like the city. So if we have this, you can vote for it. You need help from council, so.
We need, I have a strategy for it.
No, when I was living in California, Governor Newsom was trying the same things to LA County. So here's a strategy, don't be like California. That's what they're doing.
Well, what else would cause the sense? Look, California, Texas, the federal council, they take this over to land, so that was fine. So we have a strategy to the local,
There's a lot of times you need to mixed use in certain zoning. Does it, it's never mixed use, it's always.
I guess, I think that's one of the big things on the general plan. I'm like,
You should have a lot of.
you know, use it great because then you can do whatever. But at the same time, it never becomes commercial. It's always something else, at least in Washington. Right.
that's we have to push, now. But we have this zone, what's it called, NBC zone. Nobody called, this, football that out. We had the foresight to go through the point.
I mean, no, was it,
Village at Holmes Point.
I think you're going, they have to put some.
Yeah.
And
we,
part to put some in Hoover staff. You know, they play like crazy, right? That's right along Washington Boulevard.
Yep. I agree.
Here's a cautionary tale from our history, and it's a ways back, so none of you were involved. Rob Scott, as the city planner, got up and told the city council, don't change the MPC zone at Village of Providence Point for a car wash. It ruins the goals of the MPC zone, which is a walkable, integrated, horizontally integrated, mixed use is what they'll call it, right? It's one plot of land with proportional area built here. And that's one of the biggest complaints we get about that area is that why we move the car wash here, it doesn't make sense.
And
So
so,
the planners oftentimes, I won't say always, oftentimes know what they're talking about. Because they're thinking, they're the one profession whose goal is, job is to look out 20 years, 30 years. And if you looking back at this map from the 1960s, a lot of that has come to pass, right? Not necessarily the commercial component Scott was talking about, but the roads have happened. I mean, at that point, 3100 was the top of the city. I live on 3100. My house was built in 1961. Well, moved there, I should say, and it was the top of the city. And look at how much of what's going on is still part of the plan that they were thinking of 60
Years ago, right?
so,
And council member, Holder,
I'll go on record to say that I stood up in front of the city council with the support of John and said, do not rezone 1700 North Washington Boulevard.
this is
One of the only stoplights we will ever have in the city. Eric and I go back and forth on whether or not we're going to get one more or a little stoplight. Either 2550 to 2300, or I just think we need another stop. 2300, the city can handle 45 seconds of slowdown per car, it's okay. But I did, I stood up and I said, you're taking 5 acres viable necessary commercial ground. And property owner said, but today it's not viable necessary commercial ground. It's like, don't have a developer knocking on my door to develop, to build. And the argument there is, you're right, we're thinking legacy, we're thinking how long. So we want commercial at our stoplights available for 15.
And
Unwinding it is hard because now you have property owner sold land based on the value it was, where it's entitled, right? So your zoning is a game of picking winners and losers ultimately, and you would be plucking away value, you'd be driving value of that property down, manufacturing, climate control storage units to almost any commercial use. I would remember a lot of kids. We did that, if we just let, that next week, make a piece of commercial property do the same thing.
Yeah, we said.
You should have never let that next.
Right.
That's the key, I think. You heard me say this many times. If you're being consistent, the application, we're gonna find themselves, we don't mess up.
Because somebody's gonna say, well, wait a minute.
We see that already, right? Well, wait a minute, but it's also. That's what I think about that. What is it?
1900.
The key.
But
1900, fix some stains.
Right. Doing the 1700s. Yeah. As the council, it's.
Okay, so goal 4, and this is our last goal we have in this one, is to modernize and streamline our development services. This has been touched on by almost every other pillar already. And we already, in the 4 years I've been here, we were taking deeper applications. People were coming in and handwriting, I want to rezone this piece of property, multi-family R4, and hand drawing site plans. And that's all great. It's really fun. It's interesting. I get to go back and unroll the maps and look at them, but it's so inefficient. And I still got paper on my desk. I can get it. It's like my security blanket paper that I have, but I need 0 paper on my. I need like a notepad to take a few notes during staff meeting. Otherwise, everything is digital, and that's been an incredible change in planning department. So from land use permits when you're building a fence shed, adding concrete, all the way up to the highest level plans and permitting applications. It's online, Units portal is online, the plans are exchanged between departments seamlessly. Notes are then made electronically, emailed out to residents. It's a great process. And we are nearly there optimizing our online application. There's a handful that happen very rarely that come in as paper or email applications. So getting everything on some sort of application portal is trackable measure that we can do. Our average permit review times, other than maybe 2021 to 2022, the housing market was just going nuts. We have stayed right on track with state's required times for permit turnaround. And we are incredibly responsive to if you make an application to rezone property, that can take 6 months in other cities. And we're going to meetings with developers and staff reports to public meetings within 6 weeks. So we're very fast. We are ready for a responsive department, ready for projects forward at the city. So our permit review times are really good. We should track them. The resident and developer satisfaction is a scary thing because that's our plus pointer on, but we could certainly provide that survey out and ask, are they liking our online tools? Our site to Facebook communication, the ability to make applications. Our payments, I would love to have all of them accepted through an online portal next week. We're pretty close on business licenses now, or are we? We're there. So business licenses were another one where we were accepting checks and people would come in, maybe phone call front desk. And then our Placer AI utilization. We've already talked about that several times. We have that economic development software. There's some really fun things that we can do with that. We compared the locations of the rating at each of the different locations. While I've been here, it's 3100 North, 2600 North, and Washington Boulevard. You can compare the area, the time, and the spike of people, utilization, and people coming and going. And you can also see the spike in where people were and where they left. So pre-parade, after. So does that benefit our, benefit our gas stations? I always encourage people to fill up their cars on their way out of town, or gas stations. That's what they go. And then our restaurants too, so people went to the parade and then they went, we will have more options for someone to do that. But understanding by the data how we capture those folks is critical. And again, I think we see more than $20,000 of benefit. That's the amount of money we can invest already between the administration and Johnson using it. And our ability to talk to developers about what businesses we're seeing as intel leakage and what should you go out and find. Public Works is using it, Parks is trying to use it as well for optimization. So thinking of those minor software increases, that's not a minor first thing. $20,000 is a big investment, but I think we're saving.
And back up this list.
The cost that I have taken, the $2,500 of us can have online payment processing to the permitting portal for us saves, when we save $2,500 in phone call time, me getting a phone call, being passed me, Michelle or Shauna up front, and then they're getting paid then to manually type in a credit card, talk to this person, and then, you know, the receipt. That's all time that you start to capitalize and capture and realize $20,000 spent is saving all of this time. They can be doing critical other work, not just manually. Last, what you need feedback, thoughts.
Consider. I know you have some.
I know, there's too many, but.
I just know that I think
The placer is gonna be something we're gonna use a lot.
Yeah.
Over the years, and I don't, and like you said, the more things, it's good to payment, it's rather not.
Yeah.
I mean, I quoted the other day, it's probably the second one I've written this year. You know, so it's one of those things that, if the city can go away from that, you know, there is that fee thing for credit cards, and I think, but we're getting it, charging it, right? Is that how it
Yeah.
works?
It's like
2.5%. We charges to us.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Raw revenue.
But I know that.
When it comes to the website, I think that's kind of huge when it comes to, and I did a land use permit for my retaining wall thing that had a certain amount of square footage. And yes, there's railing on it, so. Anyway.
So, I think whatever it is on.
You know, I had to do, I don't know, it was a permit that I was my own contractor or something, but, that was it, but.
That's what I think that helps a lot.
So.
Well, thank
you. We want, I go home to Kaysville and I think about the city, and I'm definitely more engaged in we're talking with the until the power goes off, say I go to power department, or photos don't flush or water turn off, whatever the thing is, and then I get
rewritten. And go call the Nick City.
So I want to be a good shepherd of the city during the time that I'm here, to get in a better place. And definitely going to accept feedback on what our department's doing, on how we're operating, what we're doing in public. So feel free, any of the staff, any of the council members to call me out and call us up and figure out how to do it better. Just want well, once you see that for the people.
Thank you.
And I made it by view.
Okay. That's slide 39 of 39 for the day. So at this point, group, not just council, group. We can talk about it more, we can discuss things. You know, let's make sure we don't just leave and not close out our thoughts. But just so you kind of understand the goal for the next year is we're gonna focus our quarterly council meetings on each one of these pillars. Most likely we'll start with community unity.
because that ties in quite strongly to our cherry days, and so it'd be nice to plan it before cherry days happens. So that's probably what we'll start with first, is some work session, very work session in February with some focus on community. But the other component I want to add is we may talk with Mayor Marker about swapping the liaison program out. So instead of being working on a specific department or like a group of departments where we lump like building and planning together, we will talk about a pillar. And so like Christina may be the public safety pillar liaison. And that means that there'll be responsibility for those of us, if each department has to send Christina an update saying, hey, here is how my department has interacted on the public safety pillar this month. And just so that we're keeping that in the focus, because these pillars that we picked last October, we talked about them a little bit, but not specific. We didn't say, hey, we're talking on community unity. We said, hey, here's the follow up on cherry days. Here's what we. So we just want to keep it going. So I'm happy to sit down and we can just talk. But when you're tired of talking, we can move on to the end of the agenda. It's totally up to this group, what you want to do, how you want to proceed. No expectations. We've done everything that I was hoping to accomplish at this point, but I don't want to leave hanging chats. So
I got plenty.
I think this department, I think what's really helpful for me is, I saw this process, the two-pronged process, and what is to help us understand departments, what to do, have the elected officials point us in the right direction, give us the right sort of flavor for how we need to accomplish these things. And our responsibility, and we're not, if you've noticed on the goals, we're sort of high level. On our goals, we want to try to be smart an acronym. Where you know that Chris talked about earlier, where you have a specific goal with a number, you have time measurement, relevant and achievable. So those are things that obviously we're gonna hopefully develop through some of this and then bring it back to you. But for me, at least, my hope is that we can get sort of a directional feedback in terms of, are we going in the right direction, or I think it's pivotal.
That's
really good question. Feedback on that, right?
Metrics.
Yeah.
Well, just on direction, but we need to pivot, because I mean, the nice thing about this city is we can be as agile as we want to be.
Like when you think about zoning, we can remove stuff tomorrow.
We put, originally in the presentation, we put on a pillar, the pillar, all the measures that we just have that. Spreadsheet we can just look at, and then it's.
Like a 2-page summary.
Like a 2-page summary.
Yes, it's a great idea.
And then we can go from there to say, this goal that we propose, and you can tweak this and that, and this measure will use this contract, so we'll use it. I think that's a little easier to digest, but this I look at as a way to provide feedback to us, department heads on, are we heading in the correct direction?
The council, design. Or trying to move the doors.
I like the things that I heard. I would say, yeah. I'm curious what happens now. I mean, every one of these consultations have gone with the metrics. Is that a good metrics, or is that will, and this is why we're reporting back? Or is there certain ability or something? We have, I be curious to how that can. And they could already, so just a general idea.
So my concept of what we talked about in the staff meeting.
Yes.
The idea is that these metrics would go to the liaison for that pillar, who can then share it at the right time. And it may be that in that interaction that, like, let's use the economic planning person. They may say, well, I want this same data every time. As opposed to saying, you know, this month I'd really like to understand our building and our population numbers. And how that's going to
relate to our planning.
And so that's one process, and I kind of see it as the same thing, you report on 2 pillars each council meeting. And then I imagine that the one of you council members who's thinking, great, there's 5 council members, 4 pillars. I would think the odd person out is likely going to be finance talking about it. So there'll still be work for that 5th person.
So,
But then I think that the other question you asked was these metrics. I think you're right. In the next 2 months, we need to dial in the metrics that we think we can get data on. And see what information we're getting to decide what are the valuable ones that we should keep using.
I think
earlier, we don't want to just pick metrics that we get data on, it has to have use for us. Because it doesn't mean anything, if it doesn't get us.
I have a question. Hey, so Scott, we talked about the economic development and touched on the general plan. You're getting something tomorrow, we'll start working on it. So, yeah, that's my question. Well, serious question though. So from 1700 north to 1900 north on the east side, it's R4 right now. And I kind of envision that area being better set as commercial right now. You know, so individuals know that own that land, this is what it's intended to be for the future. I think maybe a lot of people might agree with me on that. Yeah, thank you. And so I just think that that's something that we need to start rolling towards, just proactively change these zones now. So there's no question, but the one question about it is with the moderate housing plan, is that taking into account that as an R4 existing zone, or is it only the entitled units?
So it's the criticism that the state gives the cities. It started as the legislature not believing in all this entitlement. So working with the talking from cities and towns, and even for North Ogden, we sent them, here's 168 acre, here's 400 at Village of Commons Point, we're entitled 10 years ago, if we can't get to know how to ground. There's 700 up on the hill that were entitled in the early 2000s that are slowly marching up the hill in 40 unit subdivisions. So we gave them, we have almost 2,000 entitled units today. So it's that number in the state. So they won't be money.
That's the only reason I was wondering is because I feel like that means it's even more of a no-brainer that we just go ahead and say some of these areas should be then designated as commercial on the general plan. And that's just one small example. An example of an area that's already commercial, but is actually just residential homes right now, is along Washington, just south of Bank of America. There's 3 or 4 homes on Washington that are actually designated commercial. So if they ever decide to turn over, they can be bulldozed and turned into commercial. I think that makes kind of more sense.
Or gutted and turned into an insurance office.
Say, yeah, that gutted and turned into a good law office or something for Tom. And it's huge.
My future is golf simulators. I got it.
So what do we have to do to, do we just need to tell, Scott, you're good to go on starting? I mean, we can literally have them rezone and have it be.
So there's 2 things. First, there's a few critical properties like that the council could identify now and say, hey, the use either doesn't align with the zone or the proposed zone needs to align with this future use. And so we could identify those and bring back to you quick. We jump to the larger general plan discussion. I really think because of the way the state is going and just the conversation been happening with planning commissions, the most ideal time to make a decision on this zone is there isn't an application. And this is to your point, like on that R4. No one has come in and asked for 3-story walk-up apartments on the property. 1700 north and 1900 north, they could tomorrow. So if we change it to commercial now, they can't. They have to ask for the whole rezone. It makes the process a lot more involved. believer in the idea that our general plan should be specific enough. And maybe even so specific that we know what our land uses should be in 60 years. And let's just lose on everything to those things now. With the caveat that there may be a few things where we say, these ones we're not ready for yet, so we're gonna review them every 5 years to decide.
We're ready for that.
But that would help us, I think, because then, let's use the Randall property, which is the one right on 2100 Road as an example. That has been on the general plan as low density residential for a long time. And the developer has come in and asked for, in our definitions, a good portion of that to be low density residential. However, they did ask for townhomes, which we would call mid density, wouldn't necessarily apply. But the neighbors want it to stay RE20 because that's half acre lots, even though the majority of them don't live on half acre lots. They just like having very open space.
Next to them, which
that's that. But it causes this friction at the council that we could avoid if we thought ahead of time, what is the best use? Let's make the decision now to be that use, lock it in. And then people's expectations match the reality of what the future is. And it may be that the council will look at some of those areas, because this is also an area where we said maybe there's a conservation opportunity. And the council could say, our definition of low density in this area is RE. Because that also complies. So that's what the other problem with our general plan. Low density residential is 5,000 square foot lots to 20,000 square foot lots. And so we need to refine them.
So, 100 and the where there's close to commercial, 2100 and on. Is it possible that the neighbors don't want it now, but it be zoned commercial now for the 10, 20, 30 year outlook? If somebody comes and wants to build a home on that corner, it's zoned commercial, just not buildable, right? Or it could ask for a rezone to residential. Okay, so that's the worst case is we designate it as commercial and then they ask for the rezone to. Okay, I don't know, just.
Well, there's Oregon has a law that says you cannot take away land value. And so what they do is they have all of their land values are embedded in each other like a nesting Russian doll, right? So in every commercial zone, you can build a single family home on a 2-acre lot. Because you can do everything that is less intensive. So in an industrial zone, you can do everything. But in a single family residential, you can't do commercial. So what they do is when they rezone, all they do is add more uses to the property. So in theory, you could create a neighborhood commercial zone that says, look, we will let you do a house or this type of commercial. It's up to you as the landowner. So you could create a zone that says that.
Can we use in our general fund? Okay.
The reason that the unincorporated islands are general plan as the sun. That was like full southwest area, so that needs to use in this. When the annexation happened, we said this needs to intended general plan and then we apply something. So yes, and we can be more specifically defined.
Where they go, we used to just say, including commercial one. All of that together, it's all working on it.
That state requires.
And I mean, typically the shortest is probably 90-day, like, hey, we're gonna open the plan, we'll do our hearing in this time frame, and then we'll out.
Question, I was saying, but I just put it.
I would be a proponent of opening it up real quick, putting the commercial on where we really want, and we can close it back up and then do the general plan in the next cycle, but it would have naturally fall on.
They don't want to. Stop. I also want to just make sure that people, I don't want to just talk about economic planning, because that's the last thing. I want to make sure we want to talk public safety, community, and your employees. That's on the floor too. Just so everybody knows. So got thoughts there. We can hop all around and whatever. So.
General plan currently for annexation of the program. And what we've been doing, like, Organize a meeting where the council discuss disposition, create a tax and services comparison. There's a lot of stuff in there, and I guess I more aggressive with annexation of the current ones that are islands. I mean, the county's been yelling at us for it anyways. So that's something that is.
We can force it in. It's just. 3,500 bucks a parcel to annex, or an island. So there's just there's a cost that someone has to pay for
To make what their tax rate gonna be, they're not gonna be happy if you're forcing people.
Yeah, but I guess my point, in the general plan, we're not. That's. I guess. Okay. So. That's all,
Neighborhood commercial that would not be allowed.
This farm is a great example of, we like, the fish farm needs a zone that the city has created, so if and when they want to come in, they are allowed to.
They're doing what they want.
It's like, it's my opinion, you are the decision makers. They're not an offensive use. It's a community use that generates part of what.
I grew up with a family, because I have a picture of 3 years old in the fish market, that's where I'm the issue. Go food in there and one of the best devices. But I would love to propose, like, we're gonna do a fish farm on the random property and listen to the neighbors freak out. Well, we're gonna do a wedding reception hall that's going to bring thousands of people every summer here. And that is what the fish farm is. Fish farm, I'd be so interested in what the traffic numbers are. And they all go down a 20-foot wide road that is hardly maintained. And if you did that today, so we're gonna put thousands of people down the road, fire department wouldn't permit today, they would go for this. And yet, if you were to take away the fish farm and close it tomorrow, those same neighbors would go ballistic and close it. So it's this weird public perception.
Perception is really funny because during the amphitheater discussions, when it just was newly built, I had someone call me and say, I am tired of hearing music.
David, this is ridiculous.
I haven't lived here that long, but every Friday and Saturday night, you guys are doing stuff and it's annoying. So we're having exceptions. But because we were in the news, we were the problem. South Reaper, Uinta had someone call and say, look, you guys need to stop managing our lines, like stop.
In the morning.
Because they were hearing the bugle from the base. So they thought it was the city pumping back through the city, not it was time to get up, but it was. So. Public safety stuff.
So. Yes, Jeff. I do want to kind of pursue that delegation. I have city minor responsibility.
I think that's something that we can do to help CSOs. And it doesn't have to be anything dangerous or anything, even where they even talk to citizens. I think it's something that ancillary that if nothing else, tracking. Because if you give, like for building yards, if you
that person
has been there
4 years and the front yard isn't done yet.
That's easy. You have this many months to make progress, and
you have somebody trying to progress.
That's not taking time away.
So I have some neighbors that allowed them to be sent that said the drought exception is over and now you gotta get to it. It really impacted that, they're okay. There's still some that goes down our street that just.
But yet, every year in turn, Kyle and the next door neighbor, out the kindness of his heart, takes care of it, but it's not his responsibility. And those ones, and they're aware of it, but it's you know, in a certain point, I think it comes into the daily, 24 hours. You know, it's all.
And this is a good example of like, there's some information we can go and find from the statutes to just see what we're allowed to do. Because there's all sorts of, but this is a good idea for us to explore with CSOs and with, see what we find with the other volunteer people. Like I'm just thinking, you know, you get a piece, you get a bounty for coyotes, right? Bring in the coyotes down this thing and give them honey. Yeah, or rat tails, but like, what if people showed up and dropped signs off and we paid them $1 for every illegal side thing off the street or something? I don't know. Yeah, I mean.
Meeting or two staff, council meeting, work session, and but.
Started, and so what it is it's like, kind of one kind location, where it might be.
If you wish, be
Wherever it is. And we rotate that as serves as states it's called. So we incorporate a group to join us for that meeting. Probably for. And we push the complaints, which can come from that as well. To this prior to code enforcement, and which goes to ongoing process.
as long as we need to keep, which would be forever.
To ensure that these are pieces of place to be market. And until we do that additional CSO, these are years. And be small, maybe big from this.
And they can see
all laws and understand laws. And we can have.
Or we can
start with building curves and that have issues. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I don't.
It's not all the stuff that
Annoying or not part.
So I don't think, yeah, so I don't think it would be, shouldn't be.
Because,
And
you know,
most part, it's in these.
By somebody else. You know, does it take an additional CSO to go around the city, pull up signs or anyway? I'm believing your point, but you know, I think there's a more efficient way of doing it, and I don't know legally. I think is the only thing.
Yeah, I think that's a big hurdle.
Anyway, so we talked about general plans. So
I don't think there are some.
I don't say sneeze, but there's definitely people that could help Scott, and I don't know.
There's a lot of things. But the.
Wait, does that mean-
So that's, it's the subject matter. If you do an accurate notes, put the dollar. One of the people that has been heavily involved in a lot of good stuff.
And has been
He's.
resident in our ward, so.
Yeah.
So give ideas and stuff, so, you know, I don't know, I know economic development committee kind of died and on the line, but.
If the general plan does come to the higher.
You know, he could be of a great help to you on that, so. Anyway. One of the things that we as see how actions are being. I know there's been things through email. But I know there's stuff that comes and goes based on emails, and one of them's the third-party audit thing. So is there something that we're using?
I just, it's one of those things that I'm like, oh yeah, you know, how was that?
You know,
Like, it's two ways citizens, everything.
Right, we will have right in the podium. And we've been refining this over the past 6 months.
So we are using Monday.com. Monday.com.
Monday.com.
Every staff meeting I have, we would make a suggestion and writing that. The next day, staff meeting, we discuss it.
Every
staff meeting, one agenda, and we're going, we're discussing.
Everybody. You know, if it's a general plan, obviously it's gonna be Scott, and something with finance will be Peter, and I assign those different tasks to them. And we've
Foundations in for on that for 9 years.
different things like that, a way to stay on track, and I think it's really successful so far. It's
You're going to have been using something
else to track their progress on different things, but that's being each suggestion is put down, each council meeting is there, as well as things that in staff meeting.
So they provide status of work.
So that's the next phase, is now that we feel like we've got a good thing, so that it's not just confusing. We can add the council members as basically you review it, but you don't edit, because, I mean, technically, like, if it's a price item, you can't edit it anyways. But it would at least give an update, and that would also encourage us to keep it up to date more, because then you don't have to pause and ask a question, you can just pull it up on your phone and be like, oh, what's the status on the 450 East convention?
Not seeing until one point that we've just been trying to get staff to really get it.
And updating those things, so you're not looking at it and nothing's being done, but we've built it
Their staff's doing awesome on updating it.
on a regular basis. We've gotten lots of stuff
It's really incredible. Sometimes you look at the things we have to do and it's overwhelming that you scroll down and there's so much we can
accomplished just in the short time since we started tracking this, and it's really awesome. And I think that's
breath of fresh air into the employees as well, seeing what we've already.
The other thing that I was in for my job, the fact that.
I've done this already. And
You can scroll back and find it.
Dinkus, because
That's okay. I don't have the problem.
let me think, is
And I rely on that a lot too, because people ask me questions about health and staff or council meetings.
You can email me.
So Linda is really surface
reminder on
not on staff, council, but also when citizens call. It's been really good.
Yeah, for example. Right. We went to the Roswell.
Kind of in a weird.
You go, or listen to you, there's all meeting that we like to see what we hear about.
I was able to have a couple of people.
We do it ourselves, make sure that
We've got that. We got it installed and one of those things, we can check it off forward.
sweet.
I think it's like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the city signs, right? City signs.
Yeah.
There's several people that talk to you.
Only two. I on wood and the expression or something, and there's a guy that's like, I'll do it right now. So, I mean, if you get to that point, just let me know, because
I'm curious, I wonder if there's any utilize this, they're trying to make these natural studies better too. So if it's not the that I'm over, I'm curious, oh, there's the science of potential beauty, what's out, and I go with, I don't know, like.
Yeah. We were talking to John and Dave yesterday, regarding what I mentioned during our presentation with the Gantt graphs. Monday.com has those.
And it's really neat, especially since
We've
we're building on,
the
the paths right now.
You can actually go and see how many different,
Asking about that culture.
etc.
I'm not sure how we're going to do those metrics exactly, but that is what I get part of it. So it'll be a trial with this, but that's it. The funny bit was coming on board is like, I'm having a situation where this night, you know, where's the status for one masks, you know, everyone who's still lost.
I agree, yeah, this is the greatest place that
John or Dave or somebody. We're, you know, we can just look out on ourselves, God forbid, but.
Right.
I don't want to take you out of the loop. Church be like, yes, please. Stop texting.
No, it's because they find it when you need it, and if we're in a meeting, you
So, sorry, I'm just asking these random questions, but, so are we taking away the RDA funds from the people that haven't done anything yet? I don't know.
Respond to us with something concrete. I've spoken to every single one of those people. I've gotten some assurance with some, this is what we want to do. One wants to change their project, some people provide, right, some area, just get it, let's go, see that, but. The answer is, you know, so I would love to see them move forward, but if they won't move forward, then online, we'll chat, we'll bring forward the request, we'll see. What could be with those are.
No, but there's, if money is not used. Yeah, there's a project that means huge thing to the city, whether it's gonna happen or not. So if you continue to beg and hold people's hands, who's had a year to react. Instead of using that money for something that's probably much more meaningful than any of those projects could ever be in the city.
Already, and move it over to the new CDA. So that's a good opportunity for us to sort of think things up as we move forward.
So we're putting out an RFP for the new solid waste this year.
next week, 2 weeks.
I mean, is in the RFP, is there a
Annex, or I'm trying to figure out the right word, for recycling, like opt-in recycling potential?
For basically,
Well, the first good old shelf before
basically. How we do. That extent will be. We'll around with the plus and plus right.
Right.
And so that at that point, we can get all the pretty things.
And then we can bring it back to the council and say, hey, if we do bring it like that.
This is what it costs.
is it an opt-in or is it all?
It's really hard.
That's what I was.
Yeah, because.
That
Yeah.
If somebody said.
You can have a green can.
Yeah.
Just kidding. These are jokes, right? So. And then there was, we had debated on putting a committee together for amphitheater promotion. I mean, the way we did last year, I don't know if we really need that. Is that kind of how we're headed?
We're working on trying to find some, partners who can work with the staff and helping it happen so that we're not doing all that. With Rob Randall's side and then Stacy's nuisance group. They just did it all. And Bryce can make very helpful bunch. But all the advertising and everything and it. So that's the goal, is to try and get that with our more solid production.
The last bit of anecdotal information. I think people, if they're getting a property tax increase to pay for a new leaf truck, I think they would say yes. Just the amount of people that have enjoyed that thing, and the piles that are still left, which is crazy because it's been raining so hard, but anyway.
We could do a survey, like that's a good thing to kind of find out your stormwater utilities will go up by this much a month. They'll pay for a new truck that will last 10 years. So speaks a lot, I guess, it's last. No, these are,
And the other one would be that you would do it for service.
If you would take out the address, pick, pay as you go type thing, that would be another one, that was for.
Okay.
other thoughts?
Maybe real quick.
Of course.
This survey, it seems like we have pretty good, we have a pretty response rate on the surveys. Responses, right? I don't imagine us getting in person one-on-one meetings, the same, attendance. I wonder if we are, much part of the website. Or there's putting up, or the one-on-one meetings and whether jump on Zoom meeting or here's a recap on the dashboard or more surveys or something like that. There's more and more people who just they're willing to get from there on out.
I like it. Cause I'm one of those people.
That's a good goal for every time we're talking particularly about community engagement is how do we make sure that we have people participate for activities. And if you haven't seen Katie's videos, are directed, not started, but produced, directed. Yes. Yeah, but those videos have been really good. Got a lot of positive feedback on it. So we do have a lot of good. I really like the whole piece.
Almost follow up, I guess.
Not even say we're really just everyone want to talk about.
Can we?
Because here's what I'm worried about. All the residents that love it, they're not residents that have our meeting regularly. They're gonna have no idea that it's our intention to get rid of that service when the truck dies. So I'd rather have a flash flow that says, we currently provide this service. In approximately 5 years, we project that this truck will die, or 1 year, 2 years, whatever that is. Could you be supportive of another purchase of a truck to replace it? I'm just saying because I think people love that. I mean, people love it. So we started to provide service and then we're gonna take it away because people are. We created this problem.
And well, we created the problem and it is such a hard thing because now if you say we're gonna add $10 to your bill every month, and it might not go that high. Now they're gonna say, I pay my $10, which means you need to show up when I call you. And so there's this I'm so glad that the council gets to manage all these extra because it is a lot. And but yeah, we can for sure do some sort of a finger to the wind. Let's see what if we get good information on value that No, we don't count how many houses we do a day. We can probably estimate, but it really depends on, like, some people's leaves fall 1 week and some people's leaves fall over 4 weeks. So some houses get hit 2 or 3 times. So it's
I mean, something that might lessen the blow for people is that they, we offer free disposal during the fall. So we say, you don't have to have a bunch of passes to take. There's something like that, something that's compromised where at least you're not gonna be as happy, it's not as magical, it's not the love of this, but.
Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah, magic.
No, I think. We know. If that service. We open 2 house.
With my people driving.
Or something like that, so.
Okay.
The way to get that big 800-pound elephant in the room about the road stuff, but I assume that's Separate.
I mean, we will be touching on it in a couple of weeks, but the road is a good example of something that if you look across all villages, like Community Uni might be the one that's furthest away from it. But all the other stuff, including employees, is having employees with resources and the skill set to help people good. Roads is a big thing. Roads is a huge thing. That's why Eric likes my idea of mothballing every 5 feet.
You know, it's totally that.
And those of you who don't know, it's not pulling yet. There's a little hole about this big, and then they use it to go down and find a utility line to make sure they know exactly where it's at, then they backfill it, but usually flowable fills it's that big, but. Yeah. I'm not seeing any raised hands here. I think we still have public comments on here. Kevin just left the room, but there's nobody online. There's just mayor staff comments and adjournment.
Have a comment?
It was good. I love these things, just FYI. And I think all of the briefings were spectacular, so. When Katie called me, oh, need help? I'm like, no, you don't. You did a spectacular job.
Anything else?
Impressed.
We need a motion to adjourn, or just adjourn?
We could
Motion.